Hey everybody, how you doing? Good to see you. Rick, Jody. Looks like it's an exclusive club of 3 guys right now, which is okay. I have a funny feeling this might end up being a long night. If you guys like to join me, love to have you. In fact, I'm just going to grab a link here and post it in the chat if anybody wants to join me on the StreamYards. Come in and hang out. Come in for a little while. Come in for a lot. That's okay. If you notice something different about me tonight, no headphones. I got myself mic'd up here. There is it. There it is. Got myself my little wireless Comica mic, and it lets me move all over the place and swing over to the side bench and swing back again. So it's a much more comfortable way. And then I have just a tiny little Bluetooth speaker. So not enough to get me any feedback, but enough that I can hear what's going on if I do have anybody in the panel with me. Otherwise, these kind of things are usually just 3, 4, 5 hours of me talking to myself and trying to keep a camera somehow on what I'm doing. So anyway, that little video that you guys were looking at wasn't really, in the beginning, wasn't really all that exciting. But last night I was showing off the little 3-incher, the Acrobat with the DJI FPV, and although I haven't really gotten used to the quad and still have to make some adjustments on the throttle, I really never flew it much when it had the analog camera in it. But I had to try it with the goggles on, and I didn't want to drive anywhere. They're wide open spaces, so I just kind of went out beside my house today in this tiny little vacant lot that's next door to me, and lowered the camera angle down and said, you know what, I just want to try to fly it around slow and keep it in and see if I just can't hang on to the thing, mainly just to see what the picture looked like. So this is what the goggle, and this was flown, I think I had it down at 25 milliwatts. So you might see a little bit of pixelating down in the on the sides, because that's the way it works. And but this is a recording from the goggles DVR. This is what I was seeing in the goggles, and it's amazing. And I did take a drone out with yesterday. I took a drone out with an analog camera in it, and I'll tell you, if you don't want to do this, don't do it, because if you do it, if you fly this thing once, it's going to spoil you, and you're just not going to be happy with the analog video anymore. Again, the field of view in the goggles is just big. It just fills up your whole. It's like sitting in a front row of a movie theater. It's like it's so immersive. It's hard to describe. You have to experience it. But it's as close to flying anything that I'm not actually flying in. It's as close to being in it that I can imagine. So I'm hooked on it, and I think that that's probably all I'm really going to want to fly. And I don't think I'm alone with this. Since I don't race or anything, the latency on this is not noticeable for me, but I really like it. And anyway, before I get started on the build, I thought I'd talk a little bit about the DJI thing. Steve Carpenter and Chris Hope. Hey, how you doing, guys? Thanks a lot for coming in here on this Friday night. You could come and go if you want. I have a funny feeling this is going to be a long haul. I hope to finish it all. If I just get tired or crap out, I'll make a second episode of it. But I'd like to actually go through all this. And one of the things I wanted to do was not just abbreviate everything. I want to go through all of the crap you got to go through. And I know Jody knows about this stuff because he is an FPV guy. But the camera drone guys, when you think that keeping the Mavics up to date with their firmware is something, this FPV stuff is really a lot more technical than you're led to believe. And if you're going to get into it, you have to. It's nice if you enjoy the technical side, but you have to at least embrace it. And I noticed that Ken Herron, in his whenever he talks about FPV, he always talks about the air quotes dreaded betaflight. And unfortunately, you have to embrace that and learn it. Because unless you do, you really won't get everything out of this that you can. So with that said, I think what I'm going to do is first, and I'm doing this kind of for the record too. I know this is a live stream, but I'm hoping that it'll get some views and people will watch it. So what I'm intending to do is to, when it's all done, is, play it back and mark the different times in the video where I do the different steps. So if somebody tunes in and says, God, I'm really just here to see how he flashes the flight controller with the firmware with the latest version of Betaflight, I'll have that marked, and there'll be a whole list in the description after I get done and in a day or two get over it. I also put in a list of the parts in the description that I'm using here and some affiliate links so I can get rich like all the other YouTubers. Hasn't worked out that way so far. If I had a balance sheet going on, I'm way down on what I've spent in YouTube. I have, I think maybe in grand total with all the stuff made maybe a couple $100 in Amazon affiliate links this year. So it's the old saying about you know how to make a small fortune in YouTube, and the answer is you start with a large fortune, and that seems to be the trend here. So if anybody wants to buy anything in any of my links, I'd appreciate it, and I'll make a buck or two commission and help me buy some of this stuff that I buy. Although I do it for no money anyway, but I figure as long as I'm doing it, I may as well put up an affiliate link. So let me show you my let me take a second here and show you my my little setup here to build these things, because it's just it's a little 4-foot side table right on the side, and don't get dizzy as I move this little camera around, but I did want to show you guys. I'm going to try to watch the screen, that what my little FPV shop looks like here, and describe it to you as I go. So here I have a little light, one of these little lights with the magnifying glass built into it here, so I can if I need that for this really small soldering on these tiny little things, I have it. The base of this light worked out great for storing all kinds of little things, little extra pieces of wire and connectors and double-sided sticky tape, even a jeweler's loop in there. Some tools like a surgeon getting ready to go to work. Back here is a little tool holder that I 3D printed, and it works out great. You don't need a lot of tools for this, but you do need good hex drivers, you need good tweezers, you do need good side cutters and good long nose pliers. It's very important. And then over here is my soldering station, which works out real nice. And some solder and some alcohol. And then as we come over here, I've got stacks of little parts bins that I got from Amazon. And you need to have a supply of all the different size screws and standoffs and everything, because it seems like when you buy this stuff, it never seems to come with exactly the hardware you need. So you do need that. And then as I come around here, there's my radio, which I'm going to need, some batteries, the DJI goggles, and that's it. All of that in 4 feet of space. And been spending a lot of time in here lately, even when I'm not doing live streams. So that's a little webcam that I've got on a clippy thing that just clip to the table and use it as a side view. I've also got the, as you've probably seen before, I got the top-down view of the build table, and this is the camera that I can zoom in and out. And what it is a it's just a Sony video camera that I've got plugged in with an HDMI out, and that runs down here to a capture card right there, that Live capture card, and that runs into a USB port of my computer, and that's how I capture that. So that's a pretty sharp camera. It's not a new camera. I've had it quite a while, but the nice thing about it is it does have a zoom on it, and I can zoom it in if I'm soldering and everything like that. Sometimes if I'm soldering, I can actually use the camera like that and look at the screen when I'm soldering, because it blows it up like a microscope with a screen. And if I make that picture full screen on this 43-inch TV, I can see things that I can't even see through the magnifying glass. So that works out real well. Because as a lot of you guys know, when you get older, your eyesight ain't what it used to be when you're young. So here's the pieces and parts that I'm going to use for this thing. This is the box that the GEPRC frame kit comes in, and this is we'll get to that after I go over all the other parts. But that's full of all kinds of little things. To build a quad, you need 4 motors, and these have turned out, these Xing, X-I-N-G, are iFlight motors, and the E is the economy versions, and they're like 14 bucks a piece, but they're getting rave reviews on YouTube, and I've had good luck with the ones that I've used. So that's kind of like my motor of choice. Their more expensive motor costs 25 uppers, almost double what these cost. So I'm not one of these racers that's flying 50 packs a day. Every motor I have will probably outlive me. So these motors work great. I've used the Emax Ecos, which are also a lower cost motor. So I got 4 of those motors. This is the flight controller, and this is a relatively inexpensive one. That's 40 bucks for the whole stack. It's a Diatone Mamba F405 with a BLheli S ESC, and electronic speed control in it. And let me come in on this a little bit here. And this thing, get some more light on that. That's the only hard part, is looking over sideways to see the screen. This is the flight controller and ESC, and it's at a $42, which a lot of the comparable ones are pushing $100. And this is an F4, which is not the latest, but I have quads with the F7s. I have quads with the F4, and with my flying style, not racing or needing the latest. These things are more than totally adequate, and I think EBR uses. I think a lot of guys use. It's a very popular stack and pretty reliable. So that's the flight stack that's going to go in this thing, and then over here, we've got the air unit for the DJI, and that actually makes a build simpler because you don't have to solder camera connections and VTX connections and worry about all that stuff. This kind of takes care of all that together. Although I'm not using the DJI transmitter, I'm only using the goggles and the air unit, and that seems to be the way most of the guys are doing. They're not they don't want to give up their radios. You're used to that radio. There's a lot of functionality in the Free Sky radios that they don't want to give up. This here is a $15 GPS module, and I've been putting these on all my quads because it gives me a return to home function for fail-safe, which means if you lose the transmitter signal, the radio signal, it'll climb up and turn around and start coming home. It's not an auto land system, but it's certainly preferable to just dropping out of the sky, which is the traditional fail-safe on these quads, is just shut them down, let them just drop to the ground. So you can also trigger this at any time you want with a switch on the quad, which is very nice when you're flying analog, and you've all seen how you could lose your, you could actually lose your image and not be able to see where you're going if you fly out of range. And if that happens to you and you have the GPS, you can just flick the switch and the thing will climb up and turn around, start flying back towards you, and then you will get back, you know, unless it's broken, you'll get back your video feed to your goggles, and then you flick the switch off and continue flying again. So I think it's a handy thing and becoming more popular, not hard to install. So I like to put them on all my quads. Another thing I like to put on my quads, if I could find it, here it is, are these little lost drone beepers that have their own little battery in them. And what these do is they're very loud, and you can trigger it with a switch on the transmitter and make it beep if you want. But if you should crash and the battery should get ejected, which can happen in a crash, and unplugged, when this thing senses there's no battery plugged in anymore, it will start to beep and make a ton of noise and help you locate your quad. And searching for lost quads is things that you don't hear a lot about, but it's not uncommon to be trekking through the trees and woods and deep grass trying to find your quad when it goes down. So anything you can do to help make that easier. These things are I don't know, 10, 15 bucks. They're not real expensive. So that's going to go into this thing. And then the receiver that I'm using is the Free Sky R9 Mini. And I still can't get over the size of these things because you can, it really is unbelievable how tiny some of this stuff is. If I can get it out of here without destroying it. I hate to cut around that little antenna wire because I don't want to cut that. So let's see if I can be careful here. There we go. And this is a T antenna that you put out behind the quad. But look at the size compared to my finger. Look at the size of this thing. Can you see? You see how tiny that is? And that's the whole receiver module. They're just incredible. So at any rate, that's the receiver that's going to go into it. So let me take a second here. We're going over all the stuff and come back here to here and take a look at the chat and see who I got here and say hi to everybody. I still don't see anybody in my green room. So let me throw that link up there again and invite anybody who wants to come in here and help me out. Maybe keep an eye on the chat while I'm busy screwing screws and soldering and things, if you'd like. Let's see here. Let's get that link again, and I will put that in the chat. There it is. You just click on that and you will show up. So let's see who's here. We have 11 people. Rick Halber, Steve Carver, saw you. Joe C, hey, how you doing? What is the build? The build is the frame is the GEPRC Mark4, which is a frame that they have had, but they have a version of it now called the HD5. And the idea behind the HD5 is that if you look in the back here, you'll see, let me get that down. You see the DJI, it has a cage for the DJI air unit that's made of TPU, 3D printed. And they've extended the back just a little bit. And it's also got the antenna holder for the two antennas from the DJI air unit in the back. It's a great, Joe says it is a great looking frame. The quality is excellent. All the edges are chamfered beautifully, and it was about $60. So a 5mm carbon arms, replaceable, a lot of different size standoffs and things. And it's got in the front here, it's got even carbon bumpers, doublers that go underneath the, you can see that or not, doublers that go under the front of the bottom plate and the back. So there's a lot of little tiny pieces and parts. It's also got flathead screws, if you notice in the top there, so the screws don't stick up. They're all beveled and chamfered. So it's a nice frame. So that's the frame that I'm going to be using. Mino Fly, hello. Let's see who else. Drone Obsessed, Jerry. How you doing, Jerry? Did you come here to have me teach you how to build a drone? I need you to come in here and teach me. And we got Coast to Coast. Bill, hey, how you doing? Bill Thomas is here too. Wow. I'm impressed. All the guys have come in here to watch me burn myself, punch myself with sharp instruments, and cut myself, and all that other stuff. So it's true what they say about NASCAR. Everybody goes for the wrecks. Well, we'll see if we can't. We can't do it. You guys weren't here last night, but I'll show you. A lot of you guys weren't here last night when I showed it off, but I will show you my latest little thing to show you how this DJI thing is really not very big. This is an Acrobat. It's a 3-inch. It's a 3-inch quad, and I had built it with an analog system in it, and I decided that there was room to put the DJI system in here. So I took the flight controller. If you see, this is the front. That's the back. There's the camera in the front. And I moved the flight controller up to the front stack mount. And the nice thing about it is that this thing has 20 by 20 holes here for, you can put the stack in the front. It was in the center, but I moved the stack to the front, and there was more than enough room to put the DJI air unit in there. Plenty of room for it, and it's not even much wider than the drone body, if you see the width of it there. And the antennas I just tie wrap to the frame, and they just stick up. I'm going to make a tiny little spreader. I want to 3D print a little spreader that clips on and actually pushes these things apart a little bit. Just snaps onto both sides. I have to print up something like that. But this, I flew it through the goggles, just a short little flight today. Didn't do much, very slow, just puttering around, and it's fabulous. And for a small 3-inch. And this has got the GEPRC motors on it too. And this GEPRC company makes some terrific products. I've been very impressed with their stuff. So this is good. But this is when I got the goggles, it came with 2 air units. So one of them is in this quad. I had built them into a 7-inch quad, but I got a bad set of goggles, so I had to send it back. And in order to send it back, I had to Amazon. I had to send the whole package back, so I had to rip the thing back out of that 7-inch quad. And I decided that when I got it back, I had reinstalled the analog camera in that 7-inch quad. I didn't want to fool with that anymore. So let me take another second here and go over the chat. That's why I need a little company here, guys, to help me monitor the chat. Anybody know off the top of their head what the air unit weighs? Yeah, it's in the specs, Joe. I don't have my little scale here to weigh it, but not a lot. It's not real heavy. Not real heavy at all. It's certainly lighter than if you had all the other stuff in the quad and then strapped a GoPro on top, because the GoPro is going to weigh a hell of a lot more than that air unit. So in reality, you can get pretty nice, beautiful video out of these things without having to have a GoPro on them. Did I miss anybody? I don't think so. If I did, I apologize. So anyway, let's get building here. And if I can't really keep up with the chat, or any of you guys decide to come into the stream with me and keep me company, there's the link again. And takes me a second. I don't notice you sitting there in the green room of StreamYard here. Just hang in there, and I'll keep glancing. I'll keep glancing over here. Joe says it looks bulky. Well, Joe, it's really not bulky when you think about it. I'm going to show you this again. I'm going to get it up close. This is a 3-inch quad. That's just a 3-inch quad. And that, if you look at the flight stack up here, that's a 20 by 20 stack. So it's not much bigger than a 30 by 30 stack, the air unit. And the width of it is not that big. It really is. It really surprised me when I opened the first one and held it in my hand. I thought it, from the pictures and everything I'd seen, I thought it was going to be 50% bigger than it really is. Coast to coast. I'm asking the queen of 3D about the GEPRC frame. Okay. I've like I say, I've had great luck with their motors. I built one of their 7-inch frames, and it's beautiful, and the quality of this thing is great. So with that said, let me go back over to here and get to work. So what I want to do is try to redecorate a little bit. Problem, and any of you guys who've built quads know that it doesn't take long, like most projects, before your entire table that you're working on is completely covered with pieces and parts and wires and tools. So let's center that up there. Okay. Somebody said they want to learn something. Joe C. Yeah, I'm not Joshua Bardwell. Maybe you'll learn something. Maybe it'll just be entertaining. Might bore the hell out of you. I don't know. I was going to build this thing anyway, so I figured maybe somebody would enjoy watching. I think the few live builds that I've done already seem to be pretty popular. All right, so let's get all the pieces out here. We'll start with the frame. It's usually the best place to start. You got paperwork, battery straps. I'm not going to need them for a while. Boy, this stuff is wrapped up real nice. It's packaged beautifully. These arms are very nice, and the way they have the screws, and they're nice brass screws. Look at that. That's something you don't normally see on a quad. And the standoffs, boy, the quality of this thing looks terrific. And they do give you some of the 3M rubber battery pads, which really stick the battery in place, as opposed to the ones that are just foam. And they're all punched out with air holes. But I'm glad to see that, and they give you 2 of those. So these, otherwise, I have a sheet of this stuff that I bought. I would have used it. I would have used my own stuff. So that's at the very end. We can put that back in the box here. Won't need that quite yet. So this here is the 3D printed part that holds the air unit. It slides in here, and then these things slide down over the standoff. So that's pretty neat. And then this, of course, is the antenna. We're not going to mount. We're not going to need that. These are the feet for the bottom. We're not going to need that. There's another battery strap. Don't need that quite yet. Tie wraps, don't need those yet. Allen wrenches. I got my tools here, and that just leaves me to open this stuff up. So let's do that. I'll glance over at the chat. Glad to hear the school drone group. Good deal. All right, so here's the legs, and let's zoom in just a little bit so you guys can see. These things are nice, and one of the things you can tell if a frame is cheap or not is you rub your hands all over it, and if your hands don't come out black, you know they did a nice job. They chamfered the edges on this real nice. They washed all the black carbon dust off of them. They are supposed to be 5 millimeters. So let's take a look here and see how thick they are. They are 5 millimeters. So that's good. So we have four arms, and we have some, but they really packaged this in some stiff plastic. So here we have some spacers and some other pieces, and this is the stuff for the camera, I think. Yeah, these are the camera mounts that go on the side, and some more pieces there, and then the top and bottom plate. So let's take a look at those. All right. Let's see what we got here. Two and a half millimeters thick. This ought to be the same. Yeah, 2.59 millimeters. So it's pretty substantial, and it's even got their name printed on it. And they do give you a set of instructions, which here it is right here. And let's take a look at that, because they don't really tell you much, but they do show you an exploded diagram of this thing. I hope you guys can see that. And that's what you got to work with. Tells you what size the screws are, and that's what we got to do. So we got to figure it out. All right, so we'll put that to the side. I don't know, is this view better for you guys to watch me build? Somebody tell me in the chat. Is that are you able to see things better looking from the side than straight down? I'll leave it that way for a few seconds there. And somebody let me know if you prefer that view as opposed to drone shots. Jody says, almost looks like what I just 3D printed in PLA carbon fiber. How'd that work out for you? It can't possibly be as strong as these things. I can't imagine, or everybody would be doing it. But if you're not crashing a lot, I imagine you probably could print a drone. So what I want to do here is, I always usually you get all these nice little containers that everything comes in, and the lids for these things are a great place to keep screws. So we'll take the lid from the flight controller, and we'll use that for all of these screws. Come on. There we go. And standoffs. All right. So we got a bowl full of screws and standoffs here. Anybody like the side view better? I don't see any comments, so I guess it's all right. Anyway, I'll try to keep an eye on the chat here a little bit too. Okay, so let's see. What doesn't tell you where to start, doesn't tell you what to do first, but I imagine that the first thing to do would be to put the legs on. So we'll start with the bottom plate here, and I'm going to switch back. I think the top view might actually be easier for you to see here what I'm doing. There we go. And this is the bottom plate, and it looks like there are some blind nuts in it. And let's see if I can see the blind nuts. It looks like go in the bottom. Like this. Oops. Is that going to stay in there, or am I going to need to put a nut? Now let's see what goes into. Now it's going to have to be pulled in. So what goes in? I think that's where the stack mounts. I think the blind nuts are just for the stack mounting. So we're going to leave that go till later. And I want to make sure that I've got the top. And the top and bottom are identical, except for the fact that right here it's recessed a little bit for the blind nut, and it shows on the picture that the blind nuts are on the bottom. So we'll proceed that way, which is unusual for a stack to screw in from the top. Huh. No, that's not a blind nut. That's not a blind nut. That's, I think they're showing this rubber thing, but they're showing it. It looks like underneath the frame, which doesn't make any sense, unless it's a shock mount for the frame, and it goes in here as a bushing. I think that might be what they're trying to accomplish. To shock mount the frame. All right, we'll let that go for a minute. Let's try. So we got 3x12 button screws. These 12. They look more like 13s. Do I have? This is where these build videos can get a little slow. And I don't want to. I want to make sure that I do it correctly and use the right size screws. So it looks like I have. Okay, that's the 12 right there. So these are longer. We got a 3x14 screw. So those are the 3x14s. That's why I like this blue thing. It's got these little places to store stuff. So let's separate these. Those are the 14s. That's that's like a 10. And this is a 12. What other button head screws? We got 10 there. And the rest appear to be all flathead. And then we've got the big long screws, which are probably to mount the stack. And that doesn't even show in the instructions. So let's, it appears, it doesn't show you whether the recessed area wow. Anybody have an idea? Kiwi, hey, thanks for coming in, buddy. Catch you later. Okay, so evidently some people are getting bored and going away, and I don't blame you. So let's see how this works out. This which is the back and which is the front. This appears to be the front right here. So this goes like that. And then we have this on top right here, it appears. The screw goes up from the bottom, and that is a 12. And that's in the front. Okay, so that's how that goes. So we have a 12 screw, that, and that goes into here. To the one with the bigger, yeah, like this. And then we have an insert nut on the top of that. I built a few frames. So far, this is starting out to be the trickiest. And I'm not going to tighten everything down real tight, but I'm going to try to get all the screws in. And then it seems that we have number 14 button head screws in here, and that goes into one of the standoffs, probably the shorter standoff like this, because it there we go. If I get this whole thing built and don't have to take it apart 3 times, consider it a miracle, guys. This goes in like this. I know there's a hole here somewhere. There it is. Well, that hole is just a tad small. You have to screw it in. And one of the shorter standoffs goes there. Okay, so that appears to be the way it goes. And then a 12 screw goes here. I like these pretty brass screws. There we go. And another captive nut right here. Okay. So before I tighten it down, I want to check it with the picture. And what we have here is that plate with the captive nuts on the outside. The shorter standoff. The 12s and the 14 button head screws. And I should still have a couple of 14s left. Okay, that appears to be it. So if you can see that, that's so we will tighten these things down now. Hopefully we won't have to remove them again. I'll tell you, if you're building these things, you don't have a good set of 1.5, 2, and 2.5 millimeter hex drivers, you're going to be in trouble. Unfortunately, I've been in this hobby long enough that I've had these tools for years and years, and they're coming in handy again. Okay, so that's pretty sturdy, and that's the front legs. Now, the back legs go into these two holes. That ain't right. Surely these 4 legs have all got to be exactly the same. Okay, so let's see which holes are for the, it would appear they don't line up. There we are, these holes right here. Okay, that makes sense. And in this hole, we put the 14. This has got the place for the captive nut in the center. So the 14 goes on the outside. Sorry about this, guys, if it appears a little slow. Let's take a look at the chat here. You guys are chatting among yourselves, so that's great. Glad to see it. Now this goes here like this, and it appears I'm supposed to have 2 more of these small standoffs. But I think it appears that I am short one of the short standoffs. Boy, that would suck. What did I miss? And then it says to put a 10 millimeter button screw in here. Okay. But I think I'm short. I can't believe that I'm actually short a standoff. I have to go through the trash and see if it didn't get stuck in some of the packaging or roll around. That's that. Okay, I got 8 of the big standoffs, but I'm missing one of the short ones. So did I throw it in the trash can, guys? Yes, I did. Okay. There it is. Whew, good for that. Now, so let's put the 4th and final leg in here. And we have the longer screw on this side and the standoff. And the shorter screw there, and another blind nut. There we go. We'll snug that down. And snug that down. Okay. These things never look as big as you'd think they're going to be when you put them together, but that's so far so good. So we got that. These are camera pieces. These 2 pieces are the doublers, it appears, for the front. So these are going to go here, and it's going to have a, let's see what size, a 3x10 flathead. What other size flatheads do we have? 3x8. Okay, that's a 3x10, and that goes there. Now I'm getting the hang of this. And another 3x10. And in the back, we do the same thing. We have a doubler. It goes on there. And 3x10. Boy, that one is almost like it's cross-threaded. Tight. Something strange. I'll get it all the way in there, though. The good news is, hopefully I'll never have to come out. It'll never have to come out. All right. And one more up here. Yeah, that's the way it should work. So let's get a grip on this thing here. Snug it down. All right, so we got the frame pretty well together, and I like this. It's got these nice bumpers down here, nice doublers on the front and on the back. And then this, of course, would be the top plate. So that's the size of this thing. It's got all the room in the back here for the DJI unit, which will go in here and just slip down over here like this. But I'll put that on after we get all the stack in and everything ready. The camera mounts, I believe they slip in here like this. Again, they'll go in, and the top plate would go right on top like this. So that's what the front's going to look like. Good. All right, so we don't need that right now. We certainly don't need the top plate right now. I've still got four standoffs. Why do I have four more standoffs? It appears I have 4 extra standoffs for some reason, which is mighty nice of them, but don't know why I need them. Am I missing something? I don't think so. 8 screws in the top. No, they just give you extra components, which is nice. And I've got 4 long screws and the top plate screws left, and we'll leave that alone. So I'm going to take a break here for a second, and then we'll figure out what that rubber mounting stuff is, and hopefully I didn't put this on upside down, and I'm wondering if I did. Because there is a little cutout right here, a little indent, and for some reason these rubber grommets go in there, and it shows that they go with the small side down, and I'm wondering if that isn't supposed to keep that flush with the bottom. And if that's true, I have to take all those screws out and turn this frame over, which I'd hate to do. I mean, I could if I had to, but once I figure that out. All right, let me take a break here for a second and get my head out of that stuff and see what's going on here. We got 10 people in the house. Hi, everybody. I want to take a little water. Been at this for an hour already. God, this is going to be an all-nighter, I can tell. Joe's Smokehouse and Barbecue. How are you, my friend? Good to see you. Are you a droner? Are you an FPV guy? I'm not. There are some things on these instructions that oh, that's cool. Yellow kind of gets picked up by my chroma key and looks transparent. That's pretty neat. There is a little something that they could have had a little better little better drawing here. There's some things that, a couple of things that, not many, just the stack mounting screws and the rubber grommets that they use. They don't really clarify that all that well. They don't even show the screws on here. At any rate, what I'm talking about is, if you look, I don't know if you can see it, but if you look at, there it is, you can see it there. Let me get a little pointer. Here, this'll, there is a little lip. Go on, I saw it before, where it's countersunk. Let me see if I can get it close and spin it around where you can see it. Yeah, you see how the hole is bigger on the top and it's countersunk, and there's a little ledge down in there, as if something's supposed to set down into it. And on the other side, it doesn't have that. It just has the flat hole there. But then they give you these little red grommet things, and show you that the small side of this grommet if you can see that the small there's a groove in it, and the groove is it's hard to see, but there's one, the groove is off center, and it shows that the smaller part of that little groove goes to the bottom, and I'm afraid that that's supposed to set into that hole. So I may have to actually flip this whole thing upside down, which is not that big a deal, but let me get the grommet in here first and see how that works. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to get the grommet in the hole first. Yeah, I think so. I think that's supposed to pull the rubber into that hole like that. And if I put it the other way, we put one in the other way here and see. I put it in the other way and then put the screw in it. Well, it doesn't really, like, sticks down further than this. Yeah. So I think that I got it upside down. Oh well, it's only screws. Let me pull that out, and the other one is in proper, and take all this apart. It'll take 5 minutes. I think it would be nice in the directions for them to point out the difference of what the bottom is and what the top is. Would be handy. But no big deal. So we just have to flip this stuff around like this. Take a couple minutes, that's all. Maybe like a Mavic folding drone. Cool. Something you don't want in an FPV drone. I don't think you want them to fold. Okay. Not a major catastrophe. Well, okay. Go around the other way. Well, I forgot something. In my haste here, forgot to put the plate on it. So this has got to come off. Then this goes on this way, like this. Okay. Usually you can build a frame in a couple of minutes. This is very interesting, an interesting frame. It's a nice frame, but it's different. Whether it makes the frame any better, I don't know. But it's reminds me of that Marmot frame. Pretty complex. Now let's see which one of these was so tight that I couldn't get it off. I couldn't get it in. Let's see. No, it wasn't one of those. You know, they say when there's a 50-50 chance of getting something wrong, you'll get it wrong 90% of the time. I think that's a corollary of Murphy's Law. And we've just proven that here tonight. That there was a 50-50 chance. And I'm just hoping I got it correct now. I think that maybe I still have it wrong. Now, I guess this last one is going to be the tight one. No, whatever it was, we fixed the threads. So it likes it. There we go. Over. That wasn't too bad. At the rate I'm going, guys, want to take the rest of the night off and tune in tomorrow morning, I'll probably still be here. Be like Spike doing 8-hour live streams, you know. And that's the tight one right there. Okay. So that's the All right, that's not going anywhere. Okay, so we took care of that. Now let's put the rest of the grommets in. And then we'll take a break from the frame and get to work on the on flashing the flight controller and getting that ready to put in and mount, and the motors mounted. And the reason that I just want to do that before I get anything else hooked up to it. I just hook up the flight controller to Betaflight, flash it, go over some of the basic settings, and take it from there. So we got 4 of these shock mounted standoffs for the flight controller, which is nice. Keeps the little vibration out of the gyro. Mars, how you doing, buddy? You still here? Let me see who showed up. Barry G's RC, how are you doing? Good to see you. Who else has showed up here? Barry G, Rick Halbert. Good. Still hanging in there. I'm not boring the hell out of you guys. I hope not. But it's, I'm having fun. I enjoy doing this. Sure would like somebody to join in the party with me, though. I don't know. Everybody's afraid to come on a panel here. I will put the link in the chat again, should anybody care to chime in for a couple of minutes, as soon as I get the last one of these grommets in here. That's 3. Or, you could just buy a bind and fly for almost the same amount of money as it costs to buy the parts, and open the box, bind the receiver, and go fly. But it's just not as much fun. To me, this is what makes it a hobby, is doing this kind of stuff. Okay, so we got those things in there, and we're gonna leave the frame, I think, at that stage of construction, and there it is. Looks very fancy with its nice gold screws, and it doesn't show you. Let's see what hardware they give you for the flight controller. They give you a long screw that goes up through there, and they give you some nuts, but no washers or anything like that. So I'm assuming that you put the nut on and tighten it down to the grommet. Give this a whirl and see how it works out. And then you put the flight controller on top of that and clamp another nut down on top of the flight controller stack. And then you have the whole thing kind of shock mounted between the 2 nuts. See how that, can you see that on there? And I think that's, the flight controller is not going anywhere, but I think that's what they have in mind. How many nuts did they give me? 6 nuts. What good does 6 nuts do when you have 4 screws? So maybe that's not what they had in mind, but fortunately, I have a big assortment of hardware. And they give you 4 extra of these for some reason, which I can't figure out. So let's see here. Let's get the flight controller out. the Mamba flight controller, they give you this this little cheater thing that tells you what all these some of these aren't labeled, some of them are. Some of them are, it's just not enough room to label them. So this is a kind of a plate made out of the same thing as the circuit board, and one of these sides like this goes to the ESC, and fortunately this has already got a standoff in the bottom. So I think rather than use their long screw, I may simply put a shorter screw into the standoff that's already there and be done with it. So let's take this long screw out. And that's one of the things I found about these kits, is that the mounting of the flight controller and all that, usually end up having to use your own stuff. So the front of the quad is here, and the flight stack is going to go, there's an arrow. Oops, I'm sorry guys, got you out of the picture here. All flight controllers have a little arrow. I don't know if you can see it there or not. It points to the front. So this flight controller is going to sit in there just like that, and the battery leads to the LiPo are going to go back here, and God, that just fits in there very nicely. And I think all what I have to do is just get a couple of shorter M3 screws and just screw them into that rubber, and that'll mount it nicely. So that's pretty simple. So let's put the frame aside right now and deal with the flight controller. Now, what I'm about to do next kind of took me, the first time I did it, took a little guts. And that is to flash the latest version of Betaflight on this F4. It comes with, I think, version 3.5 point something. But I'm going to get it up to 4.06. 4.1's coming out, but I don't want to go with that until they get a few versions under their belt. We'll leave it at that. So on a flight controller, in order to flash it, it has to be into DFU mode. I believe DFU means device firmware upgrade. I think that's what it means. FU in there might mean entirely something else if it doesn't go correctly. So what you need to do is, on all flight controllers, there's a USB port, and this is hooked up to my computer here. And if you plug it in to the USB port, you should get some flashing lights and things on the flight controller. And are they showing up? Yeah, there they are. They're right over there. They're all flashing all different colors. But if I hold the boot button down and plug it in, it should go into DFU mode. I should only have one red light, and that's what I got. So now my flight controller is in DFU mode, and we're going to go over here to Betaflight, and up here, Betaflight has recognized that it is in DFU mode, and it says DFU up there. So I will click on Update Firmware. Now, I have to choose a board, but it knows what board it has. This happens to be a Fury 40 SD. I know that If I didn't know that it was a Fury SD, I would go to just open up Betaflight, connect the board to it, and it would tell me exactly what board it is. Now, the way Betaflight has is they have a different flight controller, is a different build, and every version. So when it determined that it was a Fury F4, I have a drop down here, and as you can see, I have all the different versions of this. I have 3.55, 5.6, 5.7, 4.0, 4.1, 4.2, 4.3, 4.5, 4.6, all the way back. I guess they don't support anything before 3.4, but I want to go to 4.06. So I will click on 4.06. I want to do a full chip erase. And what that does, it completely erases the board and replaces everything with a brand new stock version of Betaflight with all the defaults, everything set to default, all the PIDs set to their defaults, and it's a great starting place for a drone. I just looked at something here and could have saved myself a lot of trouble had I noticed it. But if I looked over at this screen, if you notice the picture that I had up there before, you see the red grommets in the middle? That would have told me right off the bat which way this thing was supposed to go. But I didn't notice that. Anyway, cost me 5 or 10 minutes. So now it says gives you all this stuff, you know. I know all this stuff. So the first thing I need to do is click this button down at the bottom here that says load firmware. And that goes and gets the firmware from the internet. So it says loaded release information from, you know, so I do that again. Load firmware, downloading, okay, and then flash firmware. So now it says that it's erasing the chip. So now if it doesn't work, I'm screwed. I have to keep trying again. And a lot of guys have to try 2 or 3 times to actually get the thing to flash correctly. But I've been having pretty good luck with this stuff. So now it says flashing, and this is really similar to what a you know, any DJI update or anything else is. Except the nice thing about it, and one of the things I learned is get this stuff out of the way before you even hook the first wire to it, because what that tells you right off the bat is it tells you if your flight controller is good. Because if you get a flight controller that's bad and has a problem, and you've gone to all the trouble of soldering all the wires to it and everything, and then you go to return it to the manufacturer, you know, half of these guys are going to say to you, well, it's your fault, you didn't solder right, or you did this, or you destroyed the board, or you if the board is pristine like it is now, right out of the box, right onto the computer, it's a great time to check everything out. Okay, so this says basically that my firmware is flashed. So I'm going to now just unplug the board, and I'm going to plug it back in. What is going on? Is it my microphone making that noise? What? That's weird. I'm going to plug the board back in, not in DFU mode, and I want to connect Betaflight to it. So now, if I wiggle the board around, the gyro should show me which way the board is moving. And if I look for the arrow on the board and turn it down towards the front goes down. Now I've turned it to the front, goes up. Yaw works, roll works. So I know the board is communicating with Betaflight. So now I've got a brand new pristine setting of Betaflight. So the first thing that I look at is the setup page, and nothing for me to do there. And I want to go look at the ports that I have, and this tells me that I've got UART 1 is where the serial receiver is going to go, and UART 3 and UART 6 are unassigned right now. Now, One of my UARTs is going to be used for the DJI Air unit, and I'll use UART 3 for that. And in order to connect the DJI, you have to use what they call MSP. So I'm right now, before I even start, I'm going to make that setting there. Set that to MSP. So that means that UART 3 will communicate with the DJI and feed the DJI Air unit all of the information from whether it's armed or not, all the battery voltage and all that other stuff that it needs. UART 6 I'm going to use for GPS. So I'm going to turn that on. No, I'm not going to turn it on. It's MSP. I'm going to go down here to sensor input, and I'm going to enable GPS here. That I may have to go back and do that because I haven't told Betaflight that GPS is going to be used. But let me hit save and reboot. And that's really all I need to do with that. So I'm going to reconnect to it. I'm going to go back to ports. It did remember that the GPS was enabled. It did remember the MSP on UART 3. Now, I don't know if all this means anything to you guys, but this is just some of the stuff that I've learned that you need to go through. Josie's got to go pick up a pizza. God, that sounds good. But no pizza for me tonight. I'm building drones. All right, the next tab in Betaflight is the configuration tab. And the configuration tab is where you tell it what your ESC protocol is, and this is DShot 600. So we're going to select DShot 600. And I don't want motor stop on. I want the motors to actually spin when I arm the quad. And the motor idle throttle percent, I'm going to leave it at 5.5, but it may be a little fast. We'll worry about that later. This is the standard motor direction. They call this props in, where in the front of the quad, the motors spin, the props turn in towards the front and towards the back. You can reverse the motors into what they call props out, where they turn in towards the side. The argument is that one of them throws more dirt in your camera. As far as I'm concerned, the one on the side throws more dirt and grass into your electronics and flight controller. I'll deal with the camera. The next thing is system configuration. I usually leave these are the frequencies, the gyro update, and the PID loop frequency. And if you understand what a PID is, it's a servo mechanism that just keeps going back around. And whether that needs to be at 8K or 2K, 2K seems to work fine for me. The board does have an accelerometer. I don't think it has a barometer, but it never hurts just to leave that on. Okay, I'm going to give this a name here. Here's the big name, and I'm just going to call this the GEP 5 HD. I know that Jody wants me to call it the Super Mitch 5000 HD or something like that, but I'm just going to call it the GEP 5 HD. And if you have OSD, which the DJI unit doesn't support all of the different OSD, this would show up on your OSD, but right now I'm not going to see anything. The next thing I have to tell it is a serial-based receiver, and it is S-Bus protocol. So that's the most common, and that is where I'm going to be. Then I start telling it what other features I have. Now, I want to use telemetry. This is where this flight controller kind of falls a little short because it only has 2 open UARTs. And if you're building an analog quad, you need sometimes a lot more than that. If you have smart audio for your video transmitter so you can change channels and power, you need a UART for that. So when you have too few UARTs, there's a scheme called SOFTSERIAL, where instead of it being a hardware function, it's actually a software function. And in order for me to get telemetry into this, I need a UART for that. From the flight controller to the receiver, I need all that information sent to the receiver. So I need a UART for that, and I have to set up SOFTSERIAL for that. So at this point here, I'm going to turn on I'm going to turn on the soft serial switch. I don't have servo tilt. I don't need in-flight accelerometer calibration. I don't have sonar. I am going to have telemetry. I don't need I don't have an LED strip, but you've seen a lot of these drones that have all these different flashing color lights all over them. And it's possible that you may want that. I don't have a display, don't need channel forwarding, don't have a transponder. Air mode is a mode that doesn't allow any of the motors to actually come to a dead stop. Because then the thing can just kind of fall out of the sky. But I set it so that when I'm in acro mode, it will turn on air mode, but I don't want air mode on when it's in stabilized mode because it sometimes does wild things. So I'm going to turn this off here. Interestingly, I don't need an on-screen display here either because DJI has its own. So I'm going to turn that off too. Anti-gravity and dynamic filtering, you always leave on. So those things are all set. Now, I also have a GPS in here, so I'm going to turn on the GPS. And this particular GPS uses a U-Blocks protocol. So it's going to leave that turned on. And then down here, this is the D-shot beacon. This actually allows the motors. You hear a brushless motor will go back and forth so fast it makes a beeping sound. And I even though I'm putting a loss finder on here, I also want the motors to beep. And then the rest of this is what do I want to make that thing beep? And it's got all kinds of things. And I am going to turn off the one that says USB, because what happens is if you got this big loud beeper and you plug it into the computer, this thing just starts beeping. And that's the configuration. So I'm going to save and reset. And I may have to go in and change some of these things, but I'm getting a real head start here on setting this thing up at this point. Now, power and battery. Basically, here's where I want to set up the warning voltages. And this tells me right now that the minimum cell voltage is 3.3. The maximum is 4.3, and the warning is 3.5. A lot of guys turn these down. I'd rather not burn up a battery, and I just as soon use these voltages. I can always change those. So that's all I really need to deal with on that page. The next page is my failsafe. What do I want this drone to do if it stops receiving the receiver's thing? And that's why I have the GPS in it. So I'm going to turn on GPS rescue here, so that if this thing loses its radio signal, it will climb to a predetermined altitude. And right here, there's a setting. And this is what's nice about Betaflight 4 as opposed to the older versions. In Betaflight 3.5, you had to go into the command line interface and type in all of these commands. Now they have a graphical interface to them. It says here that 32 degrees is the angle I want this thing to fly back. I'm going to let it fly back at a little bit of a shallower angle, maybe 25 degrees. I don't want it to. Initial altitude, 50 meters, 150 feet. I'm going to make it 40 meters. It doesn't need, where I fly, I don't need to go up that high. Descent distance, 200 meters. That means that when this thing is flying back to me, once it gets to 200 meters from where I am, it's going to start descending. Now, it's not going to land. And if I don't do anything, it's just going to fly itself right into the ground somewhere close to where it took off. So the whole idea behind GPS rescue is, yeah, if something goes wrong, or yeah, if you lose your visual feed in your goggles and the drone is off flying away, you hit the GPS rescue and you know that it's going to start coming towards you. And if you don't get your goggles back at that point, take your goggles off, look up in the sky, you'll see the drone coming at you, fly, and then land it. Turn off the GPS rescue so that you have control of it again, and actually land it line of sight, which is why it's not a bad idea to practice line of sight flying with these things. Ground speed, I'm going to go to maybe a little slower, 15 meters per second on the ground speed. I'm not going to do it with the throttle. Minimum satellites, 6 satellites is more than adequate to get a lock. And when you're using GPS rescue, it will not let you arm the motors until it achieves a satellite fix. So that's the downside. Sometimes it shouldn't take too long, but sometimes, you know, you go to arm the quad to fly it and it hasn't achieved the satellite fix yet, so it won't let you arm, because it needs the satellite fix to establish the home point so it knows where to come back. Sanity checks is what it means. Before it actually starts flying autonomously and doing all these fancy GPS rescue things, it's going to ask itself a bunch of questions. Do I have enough satellites? Am I far enough away from the home point? You know, or should I just drop out? All kinds of things. And the recommended setting for this is ignore the sanity checks when you trigger the GPS mode with your switch on your transmitter. But if it's triggered by failsafe, yeah, by all means, make sure you've got what you need to do it. So the recommended setting for sanity checks is failsafe only. Okay, so I'm going to save all of those settings that I did. And the next tab down after failsafe is PID tuning, which is where you set all the rates, and these are just all the stock settings. And I'm going to start, when I fly this, with the stock settings. So I'm not going to touch anything in the PID tuning right now. Receiver, that's useless for me to set up right now until I get the receiver in and powered up. Same thing with modes, which is what switch does what to who. GPS, when I get a GPS in there, this page will actually show me what satellites I'm receiving and how good the signal is and tell me when I've got to fix. Motors, this tab is where I'll go to make sure the motors are all spinning in the correct direction. And that again is when it's powered up. Same thing. And the rest of these things are all there. So I've set up pretty much anything that I'm going to set up in Betaflight. I've got the UART 6 set for the GPS, UART 3 set for the air unit, the DJI air unit. UART 1 is going to be the receiver, and the configuration. I've got all of this stuff set correctly. So I'm ready. That's it. I am ready, and I have gotten a good head start on it. So now we go over here and unplug the I might not in the middle there. There we go. Unplug the controller, and that's ready to go. So next step in building our little quad here is take a little break for a second. And guys, entertain yourselves. I will be right back. I'm going to go get a cup of coffee. So chat amongst yourself. Be right back. I do have a wireless mic. So anywhere I go, I just have to be careful to mute it when I go to the bathroom. You know, there's some pretty embarrassing things have happened with open mics, but I can wander around all over the place. I think this thing's got a range of about 300 or 400 feet, so I could probably out for a walk around the block or go sit outside on my porch, have a cigar, and keep talking to you. So wait for the microwave to make the coffee. Check the chat here. Props out, whoop whoop, Mars says. You know, Mars, I've tried them both ways, and I don't really know if it, flying wise, to me, of course, at my level of flying, if it really makes all that much difference, because but since most of my quads are props in, I thought, you know, it's probably not a bad idea to not have to remember which quad is props in, which quad is props out. Because one thing with these things, and any of you guys that do FPV will know, is bad things happen when you put the wrong props on the wrong spindles. You get a very, very unpredictable drone. Okay, so let me hit that again, and that's what we're building right there. And I'm going to go get the coffee out of the microwave. Nothing like microwaved coffee. Got the sound effects and everything to go with it. Here's a good slurping sound effect. Oh, that's good. All right. Let's sit down here for a second and come back in here. Okay, so we got this much of the frame built. Got the little flight controller all flashed with the latest firmware and ready to go. And now what we're going to do is we're going to take this flight controller apart. So I'm going to take the little wire out of it here. And I'm going to unscrew, because I'm going to need to solder the wires when I get the motors installed to the flight controller, solder the capacitor on it, and the leads for the battery. So we will take the flight controller top part off, and we have this little grounding. And interestingly enough, there's solder tabs on this piece of foil here, and they tell you to take a piece of wire and solder to one of the grounds on the flight controller board to this as a shield. So I did it with the last one of these I used, and I'll probably do it with this one again. My cell phone is going crazy here. Nothing important. Okay. Okay, and there's the ESC. And set that aside and put some motors on this thing. I'll tell you, you accumulate a lot of these little plastic boxes. I usually throw them away. Maybe I'll save those. So this is the motor here, and they're beautiful little motors. They're, I mean, really, really well made. And that is, that's what the motor looks like. And they're not real notchy. And I don't know if you've ever felt these motors, you'll feel that the magnets have little like notches. And some of the guys have discovered that if a motor is real notchy, you get a lot more jello in your video than when the motors aren't. Now, the more notchy a motor, I think the stronger the magnets and maybe the more power it's going to get. But if you're into smooth flying, freestyle, and cinematography, I think you want smoother motors. And these seem to be pretty smooth, but they're beautiful things. I mean, it's amazing for $13 they can make something like this and sell it. But that's the iFlight, and everybody pronounces them Zing, X-I-N-G. And these are the Zing E for economy. It's got the E on it there. And these motors are 2207. And for those of you guys that don't know what the numbers mean on these motors, I'm going to tell you. 22 is the bell width, or the stator width. I'm sorry, the width of the stator inside. 22. 7 is the height of the thing, of the stator inside the bell. So the bigger the number, a 23 would be 1 millimeter wider than a 22, and a 2208 would be 1 millimeter taller this way than a 2207. KV means not kilovolt like people think. KV means 1,000 revolutions per volt. So you take a say a 1 kV motor, feed it 1 volt, it's going to turn 1,000 RPM. Now, the reason that's important is if I took a 4S battery, which is 14 something volts, and hooked it up to this, it's going to turn a certain speed. If I put a 6S battery, which is a much higher voltage, it's going to turn much faster. And that means that the higher the voltage, the lower the KV needs to be to achieve pretty much the same level of flight. So you'll notice that if you're looking at 4S quads, the KV on these motors on a 5-inch is usually going to be in the 2324 to 2700 range for 4S. That same quad with everything else exactly the same, except going up to a 6S motor, the KVs are going to have to be around 1700 instead of 24, because a 6S at 1700 kV will give you the same RPM as a 4S does with the higher kV motor. So when you order motors for these things, you got to know in advance exactly what size battery you're going to use them. And usually there's a range. You could run this one would probably work with 3 or 4S. I might even be able to push it to 5S, but that'd be really spinning it too fast. So if I wanted to go up to the 5 or 6S cells, I'd have to go to a lower kV motor. So that's why I'm using the 2450 kV 2207 motors, which are just, I think, perfect for this size quad with this weight, and should give me a nice smooth flying. There's something that I don't know if you knew it or not, but I learned it. So if I said anything wrong or I'm misleading or saying something, guys, let me know that I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. Okay, there's 2 motors. Some of the more expensive motors have fancy green and red wires. These just have black wire. But the good news is that at least it's silicone wire. So I got 4 sets of screws. I want to use the top of this for some Loctite. All right, so that's that. So now these are all clockwise motors. A lot of times when you build quads and you get a set of motors for them, you end up getting 2 clockwise and 2 counterclockwise. And the rule of thumb is that, and I'm hoping that's what he gave me when I got these motors. One of the ways to tell is some of them have black prop nuts and some of them have silver prop nuts. And the idea is that if something hits a prop and it's turning in a certain direction, you'd want it to pretty much tighten the nut instead of loosen it. But lately, the way most of these drones are coming, they're just all using the same direction motor and just tighten the prop nut up enough. It's much simpler to deal with. Having everything one direction. The normal standard, turn the nut right to tighten it clockwise. All right, the nice thing about these is these screws, don't know if you can see it or not, but they actually come with a little bit of Loctite already on them. A little bit of blue stuff painted on them, which is nice because that means that I don't have to get the Loctite out, make a big mess. So that's, I always like to, before I do anything, put the nuts on the motors so I don't lose them. Okay. And there we go. So now all I got to do is put 4 motors on the quad. And you got to make sure that your screws aren't too long or too short. You don't want, let me zoom in here on this and I'll show you what I'm talking about. Is that showing up here? It's blurry. I have to come down here, I think. Okay, there we go. That's what I want. That's what I want to show you. The thickness of this area, right? Oops. The thickness of this base plate where the screw goes in. You want to make sure the screw comes just about to the top of it, but not so long that it actually screws up in and touches the windings of the motor, because it can, you know, you'll short it out. So these particular screws that this came with are perfect for this. They're just long enough to make it to the top of the base, but that's something that guys have screwed themselves over by having the thing get into the winding. See if I can't get us back here in some realm of. So these work out pretty good. These things here. I think I'm going to go to this view for the screwing in of the motors. Let's see if this. There we go. All right, that might be better to see. And of course, make sure the wires run down the leg. Okay. After I'm all done, I will go back and recheck all of these things. Also, there's a screw that holds the stator on. I don't want to over tighten that, but I do want to make sure that it feels like it is tight, because I don't want the whole bell and prop and everything flying off of this thing. So there is one motor. And now we'll just move through the rest of them here. Post haste. And the motor likes to pick up screws too, because the magnets in these things are really pretty strong. Nikos. Hey, Nikos, how you doing? Good to see you. Jerry, you still here? Glad you guys are hanging around. I'm not getting too bored. Rick Halber's back again. Mars, looks like Mars is still here. Keep waiting for Spike to show up. He's probably sleeping after that 8 or 9 hour thing he did yesterday. All right. Okay. Also, if you're not paying attention, you could put the motors on the bottom and then have to take them off and start over again like I did with the upside down frame. Okay. I'll tell you, the quality of the hardware that's comes with these motors, the hardness of the screws, they don't strip out. Some of the cheaper, like the Tyro kits, the Tyros that I built the 79, the 99, and the 129. You torque down too hard on the screws and it just strips the hex out of it. This hardware is really high quality stuff. All right. Last one. All right, we got 4 motors. Starting to look like a quad. Okay, so there we go. We now have 4 motors. I wonder if I maybe try to tilt this camera just a little bit. Let me get it. Sorry for the rocky ride here, guys, but I think I'm going to tilt this up just a little bit so I don't have to put it way to the back. There we go. Okay, that's better. All right, so there's the quad. There's all the motor wires. They're certainly long enough. Now at this point you have to say, am I going to want to cut the motor wires? And the answer is probably going to be yes. These things are really long. These are long enough to go on a 7-inch quad. And I don't really want all this wire curled up in here. So I am going to cut them once I get the flight controller in. What I need to do now is get my assortment here of and find a screw that's the right length to go into the flight controller. Now, what I have here are these hex heads, cap heads, but that's it's going to stick out, make a big bump on the bottom if I use that. So I'd rather use a button head, but let's see if I've got button heads here that are the right length. And I think that's going to be a little too long. Let's see. That's a flathead. I don't want that. That's the same length. I think that's going to be too long. I think it's going to bottom out, but we'll try it. We'll try it and see what happens. Put that in there. The flight controller goes. This is the This is the back, and the battery goes to the back. So this goes like this. And let's see if that screw is too long or not. Yes, it is. Bottoms out in the standoff. So let's see what we got that's a little shorter here. Here's a flathead. That might be the ticket. So do I have let's see. No, I think that button head's going to be better. And I think I got a few more of those. This is why I said it never hurts to have an assortment of hardware. This is I've never seen a mounting setup with these grommets like this before. That one doesn't make it. I don't know about this. May have to rethink this setup to mount them. Because the plastic is really squishing these grommets. I don't want this stuff to come loose. Let's take a look at this again. It almost appears that it needs a washer on top of the screw. So if I take this screw here, and I think I'm going to need to take all these little standoffs out of the board for right now. Put the standoffs in one at a time. Okay, so if I take this and this is where I start getting clutter everywhere. Let's get 4 of these plastic washers here. This is the kind of thing I'm talking about, getting this assortment of all these plastic screws and washers and standoffs. And let's take it. That screw is going to be too long. So this screw here, put that in, and we put a plastic washer on it. And then the standoff. And I think that might, why isn't it? Oh, the wrong size. That's a big 2.5 millimeter size socket. Screw this down where it bottoms out. Oh yeah, that's the ticket right there. These big screws will scrape, but there's going to be rubber feet, and there's also a protector up front here that I don't fly on concrete all that much. I got to run and get that other nut driver, guys. Be right back. Got all my tools in the other room here. And take you guys for a ride anyway. There. Okay. See if I still got a voice after all this talking. All right. 8 o'clock already. Man, it's only been 2 hours. Who else we got in here? Nico's still here. Jerry, you still here? Good to see that. Okay, we got 9 people. That's fine with me. All right. So that bottom's, oh, that's great, because that bottom's right up against the this plastic thing, tightens right in there, and yet leaves it shock absorbed. So that's the size screw we want to use right there. Like that. And a washer and a standoff. One more. Those assortment kits are, you know, $8, $8, $9, $10. So what I ended up getting was I got a big screw assortment. That was about $15, but that had some of everything, of the number 2s, the number 3s, the number 4 metrics, and then I got two plastic kits, one with a number 2 and one with the number 3 standoffs and pieces and parts like that. And then I just got this. I had gotten this one number 3 assortment first, but even with all this, occasionally there's still times when I don't have what I need. Okay, so is this is not right. This goes like this. Now, am I going to be able to solder there? Yeah, okay. So before I get busy putting plastic standoffs onto this, and I have to get to all these solder pads and get the battery and the capacitor back here. That capacitor may end up being usually they stick back. It depends on where. I may have to put the air unit in there to see just where that thing, how close that gets to the flight controller. So see if I've got the room in there for the capacitor or not. All right. So let's do this. Clean up a little of this mess here. All right, now we get some tie wraps. And get these wires stretched out. Sometimes I'm putting heat shrink into on the arm and running the wires through the heat shrink, but I decided not to fool with that today. Just do it a couple of tie wraps. These zip ties are the greatest invention that ever happened. Okay. All right. Okay. Now we make sure we cut the zip ties and not the wires. All right. What's going on, guys? Who we got here? All the same guys? Yeah, good. Why don't one of you guys come into my chat here and keep me company? It's like pulling teeth here. Here's the link again. Anybody new in here? It's the same old guys. I'm not boring you to death. It's coming along pretty good. I've been at it actually building for less than 2 hours because we started off talking and everything, but not bad. It's coming along. It's starting to look like a quad. So here we got time to fire up the soldering iron. So turn on the soldering iron and jump. All right, so now, first thing we're going to do is get these wires out of the way and tin everything up. And let me zoom in on the board here. There we go. Okay, so now I've been using this chisel tip lately because it's got this real fine point, which makes it really nice when you need to just touch a tiny little thing on the board. But it when you need to solder some big hunkin' battery wire, you got that whole wide chisel to transfer a lot of heat. So it really works out great. It's become my favorite soldering tip. So I'm sure you've all seen soldering before, but the first thing we got to do is get a little solder on the tip and then make a little pool of solder on each one of these pads and leave it set on there until it flows over the pad like that. Okay. All right. So that's all pre-tinned. And what I'm going to do is loop these wires, I think, leave a little stress relief, loop them around like this and come in from the back. So we'll cut them right about here. And then we're going to tin the wires. I guess I left you all out of this, so let's back up a little bit so you can see what I'm doing here. There we go. Tin the wires here. Okay. Now, I don't know if you know this, but those FPV guys, nice soldering. You've done this before. Yeah, thank you, Mars. Mars, I started soldering when I was in the military. And I actually had to go through one of those NASA style soldering courses and taking tests on soldering and all that for this high end military equipment. So I've been soldering all my life. So now it doesn't really matter with these things which one it goes to, because you got a 50-50 shot when you hook them up of having the motor spin in one direction or another. And there's 3 wires to the motor. And brushless motors use phasing in these different wires to make the motor spin, and timing provided by the ESC, the speed control. So to reverse a brushless motor, you can take any 2 of the 3 wires and reverse them, and the motor will spin the other way. Or you can do it software wise. So to try to figure out which way these motors are going to spin in advance is really not necessary when it comes to building these things. You basically just hook them up and then deal with the fallout later. So what we're going to do is we're going to take and let's see which wires, which is the longest wire is here. This is the short. All right, so we'll take this and we want this wire on this particular pad right there. Looks good. Got this on the screen for you guys? Yeah. Okay. The idea is you got to just hold the heat on there long enough for everything to flow together. And when you're all done, you should have a nice shiny joint. You hold the heat on too long, and you can lift the pad. So it's a a delicate balance, but I like to heat up the pad, the solder on the pad first, set the wire in there, hold the heat on the whole mess for a second, let it go, and you got a nice solder joint there. So let me zoom in here and take a look at these solder joints I just did. There you go. Not big globby bunches of solder, but more than enough and really, really, really in there. And after you solder these things, you just want to take a look and make sure that nothing's lifting or anything. But that those are good joints. And the nice thing about this is these things wrap around. They don't come in from the outside where things can get snagged on them. Going in like this, going in, around, and this way, instead of coming in directly, like putting them in on the outside like this, you don't have all this wire here to snag on me. So I like to do it this way. And then the flight controller just goes down on top of that and covers that up. So that's good. So now we got to do, that's the first set. We got to do the next two. But what I'm going to do before I do that, I want to deal with the battery and the capacitor. So let's see, because I don't want these wires in the way when I'm soldering. So let's get XT60, cute little piece of wire, capacitor. They also give you a spare harness to go between the this piece here. Why they give you one red one and one white one, I don't know. They're both exactly the same, but they also give you a whole slew of these little oval washers, these little rubber washers, which I don't know why you need them, because it comes with all of the spacers and everything on the stack already, but spare parts. Okay, so now we have to see how this DJI unit's going to mount in there. So let's put this aside for the time being. Turn off the soldering iron and unpack the DJI unit. Okay. There we go. I'll worry about the antennas later. All right, so this goes up like this in here. The air unit mounts, does it mount this way or does it mount this way? Let me go over here. It mounts with the USB like this, the camera out the front. Okay, so looking at the quad, I'm looking at the picture on the I'm looking at this picture here, and I'm looking at the back of the quad, and I'm looking at the way that that this thing goes in. Like this. How cool is this? Yes, sir. Oh, that is really cool. So is it going to be long enough to reach the camera? I guess it is. Okay. These lens caps they give you are plastic and they're useless. They fall off. Totally useless with this thing. All right, so this goes here like this and like that. And that doesn't give you a hell of a lot of room for a capacitor back there. It really doesn't. Gives you no room for a capacitor. The other way to do this is to take, like what I did on my 3-inch here. If you see the power lead, the capacitor is soldered to the power lead. Now it says in all the literature that you really don't need a capacitor unless you're running 6S. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to not put the capacitor in the quad, and if I find I need one because things are noisy, I will later on actually redo the XT60 at the end and put that on there. So we're just going to leave the capacitor off of this for right now. And the capacitor, I think, is a lot more important for noise in the analog video feed. I may be mistaken about that, but I'm thinking that is one of the main things that the capacitor does. Okay, the second thing I'm wondering is if this is really enough wire to get that out of here and probably out the side to solder. That's a awful short little pieces of wire. And we got the, let's see. So we got the camera coming up to here. And we have the top plate going on here like this. And the battery probably right in the middle here like this. So you got plenty of. So I guess if it comes up back here, that'd be fine. That's long enough. Okay, but we need to make the battery come out one side or the other. So let's get rid of. This is a nice little setup to hold the air unit. I think that's a really nice little setup. The way that it goes into that TPU piece and just slides down right over the standoffs. Okay, so we will set that aside, and we will solder this up to come out the side like this. So do I want to bring it out behind this standoff? I think so. I think we'll bring it out behind this standoff here. So we'll solder this that way, and then we'll solder this one, and then put the XT60 on there, and that'll bend straight up. That ought to work. Or I could go get one. I ended up buying a few XT60s that already have the cables on them, but we're building this, so let's just build it. So the first thing we want to do is probably solder them to the board. So I'm looking at the board here, and I see this is plus and that's minus. So the black one is going to go on this side here. But I think what I want to do is I want to solder it onto the connector first so I can go get some heat shrink and put the heat shrink on there. So I want to make sure that I've got these lengths just right, like that. And then we're going to cut the black one. Strip it. Get the quad out of the way. These are also very handy things to have. You need to have these third hands or whatever they call them for when you're soldering this stuff. And we're going to just tin these up and turn the soldering iron back on. And while we do that, I'm going to run in the other room and I'm going to grab a couple pieces of heat shrink for this. Give you some sound effects, you know, doors open and closing, drawers. This is the kind of stuff you pretty well need to have. This is, got these from Amazon too. It's just a bag of female and male XT60s. They came with some pre-cut pieces of heat shrink. So if you're going to be an FPV builder, gotta have all of this stuff. All right, how we doing here? We still got people? Yeah. DJI goggle mod to analog video. Oh, okay, Mars. Is that using an external receiver, or is that using that that new 3D printed deal that actually holds a Fat Shark module on the front of it? I'll have to take a look at that. DJI system last night, which awesome on a Cinewhoop. Well, you know, I showed you, Mars, that you saw that. I guess you saw it. That I got the thing in. I got the thing in a 3-inch Acrobat, and it's cool. I mean, it's really cool. And I'm afraid that once again, DJI is going to take over this thing, because I mean they have a habit of doing it. And I'm not crazy about them as a company, but you can't argue with their products and their technology, and that's where you know, I'm far from a DJI fanboy, but I got to tell you, the experience of flying with this thing is something I was only imagining that we'd have sometime. So it is what it is. The good news about it is nothing in their whole system, in the DJI FPV system, is connected. Even though you have to activate it, there's nothing in there that's actually connected to the internet for no-fly zones or any of that other stuff, because there's no cell phone involved. You got in the goggles and in the transmission, there's none of that stuff. So that's the good news. That's the good news. So let's Another thing that's good news is this silicone mat. You can put hot stuff on it. Nothing will burn it. I like to re-tin all of this stuff that they send, because I don't know if I'm crazy about some of the solder they tin these things with, so it never hurts to re-tin these things here. All right, and now the plus is the flat side. So this goes here like this. And let's take push that in. Plus side like that. And I'm going to set this. Can you guys see what I'm doing? Building what looks like transformers here. So we're going to take and set this right where it belongs, so that they're holding themselves together in place. And then a lot to heat up here. There we go. It's moving. Why is it moving? There we are. That is soldered. Now, the black one. A lot of guys don't like to solder on the connectors, but I learned some of these tricks years ago, and I don't know if you ever know what a Dean's connector is, but they're even worse. Okay. Let that cool off a second. And there we go. Ouch. It is hot. Yeah, I don't think they're going to fall off of there, that's for sure. And then We put the heat shrink. I like to try to get the heat shrink into the little recess in the connector. There we go. And there it is. A pigtail. Okay, now we've got to solder it to here, minus and the plus. We'll put the minus in first. Get the plus out of the way. And this is probably the one solder joint that takes the most heat to accomplish, because you're soldering to the negative side of the board, which has the most copper, the big ground plate on the board, and soaks up heat like crazy. So let's decide what angle we want to come at this. I think this is a good angle here, and get this wire out of the way, and that's just gotta try to heat the pad and the wire and everything at the same time. I need some solder on it. So I think what I'm going to try to do is I want to try to use this thing to hold it in place so I can feed solder into this at the same time that I'm another thing that you can do sometimes is you can take your pliers and flatten the thing a little bit like that. And I want that to push down. I want the weight of this thing to push down on that connection at the same time that I'm soldering. There we go. Right where it belongs. God, this thing is soaking up heat. Oh, wow. Ah, booey. No, it I think I'm going to have to, I got enough solder on there now. I think I'm just going to have to hold it with the pliers and heat up the pad and go ahead and set this down in it. This is the one joint I remember watching a Joshua Bardwell video, and he was complaining about this one joint where you're soldering the battery to the ground is just it just soaks up so much heat that to get this whole mess hot enough. There we go. Yeah, that's on there. It's not going anywhere. Now the plus side isn't quite as bad. The plus side is not as big a pad. And what we're going to do is we're going to, just for fun, I think, I want to put a little more solder on this wire. These are without a doubt, these two joints, soldering the battery leads to the flight controller, are the two probably most important solder joints you're going to make, and the two hardest ones to do properly. Okay. There it goes. Finally flowed. All right. That's on there. Okay, so that's on there, and that'll just come right out the side like this. And I'll tie wrap it right to that. I'll tie wrap it right to that standoff, and that'll take the stress relief off of it. I'm going to do that right now just to hold it in place. Well, I got to get these wires coming in around here. Get them soldered on there first. Okay, let's take a second here and see what's going on. Mars says it's a gorgeous pigtail. Thank you, Mars. It is. I'm very proud of that pigtail, as anyone would be. Who else we got here? We got 13 people watching this nonsense now. Wow, holy mackerel. And nobody, not a single soul has come on my panel tonight. Okay, be that way. But I'll put the link in there again, just in case somebody might want to show up in here and help me out a little bit. Usually can't, some guys can't keep people away. I don't get it. I'm about to get a complex, you know? Come on, guys. All right, so we don't need the lighter anymore. Don't need that. Things you just get cluttered. Everything just gets cluttered up when you're doing this. And I'm kind of I guess I'm a neat freak. Not OCD, but I like things to be somewhat organized. Okay, so now what we're doing is we're going to finish soldering the motor wires. And then we're going to hook up the flight controller and plug it into a battery and see what happens. And then after that, we'll work on the motor direction. Make sure we got the motors going in the right direction. So let's do this one here right now. And what I'm looking at is a length of about right there. So we will cut these wires. Strip them. This won't take too long to finish this up. The worst of it is that stupid battery connector. There we go. And put these out of the way. Put this one on here to hold it down, since I've already soldered those wires. There we go. Okay. Yeah, it's nice shock mounted. I like that. Not a bad setup. All right, and we tin these and solder these on. Here we go. All right. Okay. Two down, two to go. I'll put this on here. And tuck these under. And I'm going to tie wrap the pigtail right now to the standoff to hold all that in place. And I'm going to want this coming up at an angle, kind of like that. And the nice thing about that is if you do throw a battery, you really should have that pigtail tied off somewhere so that it doesn't pull it off the board. So now, no matter how hard it pulls on that, it's not going to pull on that solder connection on the board. Okay, so we got two more motor things to do, and I'll tell you what, guys, I'm going to take a 1 or 2 minute break, so I will be right back. Give you a little music to listen to. All right, I'm back. Got a mic. Yes, everything's working. Okay. Two more wires to go, and we're in business. Barry says, "Nice music, thank you." I seem to have adopted that. There's 3 different songs. I have them in a little mix that I use for my countdowns and everything. And one of the reasons that I do these countdowns is, interestingly enough, a lot of times when I first start up the stream, I'll go to this page here that shows me how it's working, and it tells you what your stream status is. And for the first 2 minutes, it says bad, and I liked it. And then it eventually gets good. So I like to start the stream, 5 or 10 minutes early with the countdown timer. And by the time I finally ready to come on, I know I got a good stream. I know a lot of guys have a problem where you go in on their live stream and in the chat, and you start talking, and it turns out that live stream failed, so they have to start all over. And then while we're waiting around in their chat, they're busy streaming on a whole new stream, and I don't want that to happen with mine. So I like to start it a little early. Exploring Ginger, how you doing? Welcome. Thanks for coming in. And I see Jerry's still here, Mars is still here, Barry. Good. You guys are really gluttons for this, aren't you? I honestly expected everybody to be gone or go to sleep by now, but I'll tell you, we're getting there. We're almost ready to fire this thing up and spin the motors, believe it or not. Just another few minutes while I solder these last 2 motors up. So let's get this one here, and just get this out of the way. Trim them right here. I'll tell you, this silicone wire is such a pleasure to work with. First of all, you can't melt it, which means that even if you get the joint really hot, you're not going to have the insulation melting up all over the place, which is a really good thing. Some of the cheaper motors, like the Tyro, the Eachine Tyro, the motors they use on their Tyro series still have the plastic wiring, and while that works okay, it's just it can melt. It can melt when you get it hot. You want to get your solder joints hot enough that they're soldered, Okay. There we go. Now, you guys, you see what I'm doing? I got you in the picture here. Okay. Come on. There we go. That joint needs a little more solder. And here's a little interesting trick. I got this thing here. It's a weighted pointer. You know, the machinists use these things. I don't know if you've ever seen them, but I take this heavy thing and I'll set it down here, and I'll take that point. If I want to solder and get more solder in that joint, I'll actually take that point and stick it right on top of the wire where it presses down on it and holds it down on the and then I can use two hands and actually flow some more solder into the joint if I want. And the wire stays there. I can make a bigger solder joint out of it. There you go. How's that for a trick? And now, the last one. Okay, and now one more motor. May have to remove the board to put this little plug in there. And we'll get the wire soldered in first, though. Let's see here. Let's come around like this. just not enough solder on some of these. I didn't put enough solder on some of these pads, so I'm going to use this little deal to hold them down. And okay, got all of the wires soldered on here, and I think on some of these I may just go along and pull a little more solder on them, just while I've got it open here, just to make sure I got good rock solid solder joints on these motor wires. Yes, sir. And let's take a look at these other ones. That one, they look good. They look good. There's one that looks like it could probably use a little more solder. And this is what after I solder motor wires on, I always like to go back and I use this little trick. If it looks like there's just not enough, maybe it'd probably be okay, but why take a chance? Put a little more solder on it when you don't have to, when you can feed a little more solder onto the joint and have this little pointy thing hold the wire in place. Good, 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 good. There's one that I probably could use just a touch more. Takes a second, but you know that you got everything staying where it belongs. Okay. I may as well do that last one in the corner too while I'm at it. Seeing as I got to take these off to get that plug back in there anyway, may as well do that last one. Okay. We're done with that. Now, take a good close look at this thing. Get this plug plugged in there. Well, I should have done that first. Let's make sure that I'm getting it on the right way. That goes like that. It goes like this. Okay. The strange place for this connector, once you get all the wires soldered to it in this particular frame, not an easy place to get to. But it's in there. Okay. All right. So let's put the standoffs on the board to hold it in place, and then put the flight controller on top. And it's time to plug it in. See if it smokes or not. Always a interesting time when you're building a quad is the first time you power it on to make sure you don't have any short circuits. That's why I use a gizmo called a smoke stopper. Mars, got to get going. Okay, buddy. Take care. See you later. Thanks for coming in. I appreciate you hanging in here with me. Hope it was interesting. More interesting than politics, that's for sure. Oh. Okay. Screw this down. And that looks like it. All right. Not bad. Pretty neat. Now, the flight controller points to the front. And that just goes on here. Like that. And then we've got there it is. Some nuts. Now, what a lot of guys say to do is to do a continuity check with a voltmeter across the battery terminals before you plug it in to see if you got a dead short or not. And I could do that, but I have a smoke stopper, which, if you don't know what that is, it's basically just a light bulb in series with the positive lead of the battery. And if for some reason it draws a whole bunch of current, like in a dead short, it will actually light the light bulb instead of burning up your flight controller. So we have the flight controller stack on there. We have, we'll plug the ESC into it. So we're all hooked up. Don't have anything soldered to the ESC yet, but That's nice. It's actually shock mounted in there. It actually has some play, which is good. All right, so this is a smoke stopper. A lot of you guys have probably seen this before, but it's something that I saw, you know, on Joshua Bardwell's channel, and I went ahead and made one. And what you basically do is you take your battery and you plug it in here to this, and then if for some reason you got a dead short on your drone, the light bulb lights instead of the drone burning up. It lowers the voltage down and keeps it from burning it up. So I got the smoke stopper on there. Everybody hold their breath. I know that, wait a minute, I know that I got the appropriate sound effect here. Drum roll, okay. And now we're going to plug it in and hope that it just goes beep, beep, beep and doesn't smoke. It did. Beep. Okay, I guess I don't know if you guys heard that, but we do have flight controller. Okay, so let's unplug that. Seems like all the motors beeped. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to take, and we're going to see if the motors are running in the right direction. So I'm done soldering for the time being. Let me shut that off and get this out of the way. Clean up my mess a little here as I'm going. All right. So we're going to plug the computer into the flight controller. We're going to go over to this monitor here, and we're going to hit betaflight. Oh, God. And we're going to, whoa, what happened? My Elgato went out. Okay, it's back. And I'm going to connect, wiggle the drone around. It's still working. Okay, so now what I need to do is I need to connect up the actual flight battery to the thing. And then I need to go to the motors tab, and I need to tell it that I accept the risks, because what you don't want to do is you just don't want to do this with a propeller. Oh my God, Barry, gee, somebody's here. Holy mackerel. Let me take a minute here. Unplug the quad, and I don't know if that's my wireless mic making that noise, and say hello. Hold on a second. There he is. Hey.
Hi, Mitch.
How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing pretty good. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Not real loud.
Okay, let me try turning up, getting a little closer. I'm just testing this live stream. It's the first time I've been on anything live. So I figured I'd use you as my guinea pig because
Sure.
We're about the same age.
You're that old, are you?
Pretty old. Anyway, is that any better or a little louder?
Yeah, that's not bad. I can hear you in the headphones. The thing is, I've got this little speaker going here.
Okay, I just don't
and
want
I got it going because I don't want to have to wear the headphones for this, because the wire kind of ties me down. So it's not real loud, or else I'll get feedback into my own mic, you know?
Right, exactly. Let me know if that's better.
A little louder. If you can do just a little louder, it'd be better.
Okay.
There you go. That's good.
Into my mix. I'm going into my mixer here. I just got a new mic and set up, and I downloaded OBS, and I've been wanting to try and do some live streams myself, but I figured I'd go on somebody's channel first to explore it.
Good. Well, it's good to meet you, Barry. I'm glad you came by and I caught your interest. Tell me, what aspect of RC do you do?
Right now, I'm mostly into my Mavic Pro, which I've had for a couple of years now. That I like doing cinematography videos and stuff like that on my channel, and getting out there a little bit, exploring with my other buddy Joe. and we get out and we kind of make some fun of it and make some movies or whatever you want to call it, and just enjoy and have a good time getting out and exploring some areas here in Southern California that people don't really truck out into too much. And then also I fly fixed wings with my RC club, who they all fly drones, fixed wings. They fly, just
Cool.
wings and slope and soaring and all that. And but I used to be into the fixed wing back in the 80s, in the mid 80s, before even NICADs hardly came in. But it was just too hard to get out and find a place to fly on nitro. And so I went into electric cars and stuff, and then powered,
That's something I've never done.
and then RC gas nitro powered boats, racing boats, and then back into drones and back into fixed wing and drones.
Cool. So
yeah.
you're a hobbyist. You're a real hobbyist.
Yeah, I enjoy building things. I've done that all my life with my hands, just putting things together and taking things apart. So I was watching you soldering there, and you got some pretty good skills there at soldering. Yes, indeed.
Well, thank you. Yeah, that's the most important thing about these, is make sure you're soldered. That's where you're bound to fail. But let me say hi to Tim. Tim Weaver's in here. How you doing? Thanks for stopping. Thanks for coming by. I'm going to let you kind of monitor the chat for me, if you don't mind. And I'm going to get back to showing off the building here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make you like smaller off to the side so we can still see you. And that should be big enough for people to see what I'm doing. And I'm dying to see which way these motors are running. So let's
let's turn them on.
Let's check it out. So we'll go back over to the, not that one, this one. We'll go back over to here, and I'll replug quad back into the flight battery again. And when you do this on Betaflight, it actually tells you to, you got to click this thing before it'll work. And then I'm going to take and click the master up, and I hear motors running. Okay. Now this is motor 1, 2, 3, and 4, and I'm going to check now to see which way these motors are running. Okay. So let's move this in here. So we do have motors running, and what I want to do is see if I can feel with my finger first. Now, this is motor 1 right here. Let me zoom out a little bit. Where's my remote control? Oh, that's my watch making that noise. Must be the mic, where the mic plugs into it. Huh. All right. There it is. Let me zoom out a little bit so you can see what I'm doing. So the way these motors are numbered, you've got 1, 2, 3, and 4. 1, 2, 3, and 4. This motor should be turning clockwise, and it is. See, if I touch it, you can see which way the drone pushes the drone that way. So that's turning clockwise. This one should be turning counterclockwise, and it's not. So that's motor number 3. So I got to remember which motors I need to reverse. So I need to reverse 3. Now this motor here is turning the wrong way. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get a piece of paper, because what happens is I end up remembering the wrong numbers. So what I'm going to do is I have to reverse motor number. What did I say? This one was correct. This one was turning the wrong way, and that was motor number 3. So I got to reverse 3. And this one up here is motor number 2. And motor number 2 is turning the wrong way. I got to reverse 2. And this one here, which is motor number 4, that's hard to tell. That's turning the wrong way too. So 3 out of 4 ain't bad.
Yeah, that's not bad at all. But
yeah, I got 3 out of 4 wrong. Usually you got 50-50 odds, but let me check it again. Another way to check it is you can take a piece of paper or a little stick and just touch them and see which way it pulls it. So that's turning in, That's turning out. That's turning the wrong way. That's turning the wrong way. So that's correct. I need to reverse those things. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to shut the motors down here. I'm going to disconnect from betaflight. I'm going to leave the drone plugged in. I'm going to go to a browser. I'm going to go into BLheli and launch the app, because this is not BLheli 32. So we'll launch the BLheli app. I will connect to the drone. I will read the setup. And I need to go in here and reverse numbers 2, 3, and 4. So reverse number 2, reverse number 3, reverse number 4, and write the setup back to the flight controller. So this makes it a lot easier to than resoldering everything. So now we're going to go back into BLheli. Going to reconnect. Going to go back to the motors tab. Going to start the motors again. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't let you see all that stuff. The thing was just sitting there. But now the motors are running. I should have switched the screen. I'm sorry, so you could have seen the BLheli things. But basically, I went in to have set up and just switched them. So now I've got this motor should be turning this way. And it is. This motor should be turning this way. And it is. This motor should be turning this way. And it is. And this motor should be turning this way. And it is. So now the 4 motors are turning correctly. So we have, and here I'll show you what the smoke stopper does. This is interesting, because if this thing starts to draw too much current, okay, if I crank the motors up, watch the light bulb. See what happens?
Yeah.
And there's a school of thought that says that that is something you should always do when you're using in the house, when you're firing up your drone, because some guys will just do that. I will too occasionally, just to go into betaflight, make one setting or something. You don't want to take the props off. If you put that smoke stopper in there, you'll never get full power. You'll never get enough power to hurt yourself out of it. By the time those motors start to spin up, the current draw of that light bulb will bring the voltage down so much that it won't run. And it's a good safety. It's a good safety feature. So this is something that I built. I built this. You go to the auto parts store. It's just a 12 volt. I think it's 25 watt bulb, and then you just basically solder the 2 blacks together and run the red through the bulb from one plug to the other. Okay. And then what I did was, because I have XT30 stuff too, I made these little pigtails.
Right. Yeah.
One of them with XT60 and one of them with XT30. So I can use the same bulb, and then just these are just Dean's connectors. And I can just plug that in, or plug in the XT30, and I use the same smoke stopper. Something that's a good little tool to have.
Exactly.
Okay, so now we're getting there. We actually have a drone, and I've disconnected from betaflight. So let me get out of that. We got the motors running in the right direction. We have I'm going to unplug the the USB from it, and now we're going to start wiring up other stuff. So the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to hook up. We're going to hook up the wiring for the DJI system right here. So we got to go into the packaging and get the cable, and these are the antennas. They really make this interesting to get out of here, like a puzzle. Okay, so I got everything out of that box. So I can put that back together. Still with me?
Still there.
Okay. Anything going on in the chat other than you?
It says there's 9 people watching, counting me.
Okay.
Thumbs up, so.
What do we got? 10 people watching? 9, 10, 9? That's fine. Listen, after almost 4 hours, we're doing pretty good.
Yeah.
So all right. So what I got here is I got the wire that comes with the DJI air unit, and it's got to go from the back of the air unit back here up to the flight controller board. So I'm gonna leave it fairly long. In fact, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put it in the air unit and stick the air unit on the drone, so I know exactly how much wire I need. So we'll plug that in there. We will take and actually put the air unit down. Uh-oh, I see a fallacy in my wiring. Oh. No, it fits. Okay, I thought that that my power lead wouldn't clear the air unit, but it does. So put the air unit here where it's going to go. Good. And got the wire there, and it'll come right out under here. And as I said when I first started this thing, that the air unit, I need power. It's got a red and a black wire, so I need power, and I need TX and RX3. But what I don't need is the receiver signal and signal ground for the receiver, because I'm not using their transmitter. And one thing I see that I forgot, which I really wanted to put in, was this little shield and with the grounding wire. So I'm gonna use that. I got to get myself a little piece of black somewhere in here. I got a little piece of silicone wire. There we go. And I'm gonna I got to take these nuts off again before I start soldering any wires to the top of the board. I want to make sure the board is where it's going to go.
Right, right.
So
Yeah, Mitch, I've been interested in that new DJI system, their FPV system they got out.
but I'm missing you. I can't hear you.
Sorry, Mitch. I was saying
That's okay.
I'm interested in that new DJI FPV system that they got out with the digital transmitting.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing here.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. That's it's incredible. It's incredible.
Yeah, I saw your show last night. I think it was, and you showed
okay.
TVs on there.
Yeah, it's incredible. It really is. Okay, so what I need to do is I need to take this little piece of black wire here and solder it to this little piece of foil, to one of the ground tabs on it. It's funny soldering to something so flimsy, but you just make a little We'll solder this black wire to it. There we go. And then this, we got to find there's TX3 and RX3. There's a ground we can use right there. So we'll put this under here. There we go. So now this got this black wire coming up here. We just solder that to a ground tab and we're in business.
Hey, Mitch, can you hear me any better now?
Yeah, that's better. What'd you do?
Oh, I turned my mic up. I was turning the wrong knob.
Okay. Yeah, that's much better now. Yeah, it's much easier for me not to have to wear those headphones. Now, I don't know if you're too loud for everybody else now, but I hear you through my little speaker behind.
Okay.
I think you're probably okay. This is not what I'd call a major league production anyway, you know.
It's a good learning process.
It is that. Okay. So now what we're going to do is we're going to take this little black wire, and there's a right here on the board is TX3 and RX3, and that's where, believe it or not, these have to go. So it's like right there. And then I need to get VCC, which is battery voltage, and ground, which is right here. I don't know if you can see that close enough. I could zoom in a little bit here and try to keep it in the frame. Let me know if I wander too far out of the frame. At any rate, here's the wire that we need to connect right here. And I need to connect the red and the black. I'm going to take the camera and put it over here. First thing I want to do is get rid of this little black wire. So this little black wire just got to go to ground somewhere. So I got a ground right there. I'll just connect that to that ground. I'm just going to cut it real short so it doesn't get in the way. And this is where I need to get myself one of those little jeweler visors, you know, little jeweler's visors with the magnifier built into it.
Oh, yeah.
That would really help. Let's tin this. And that goes to this ground. Right here. All right, I think I'm just going to not try to put it in the hole. I'm just going to, are we still in the frame there? Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just going to take and put a little solder on that pad. I need a solder on the TX3 pad, the RX3 pad, the ground here, and battery voltage. So there's the pads are soldered up. So we're going to take this little brown wire here. And God, these things are small. Solder this to this ground here. Okay. And now
That's good.
we will cut this right about here. No need to have all that wire. I have bought they cost like $6 a whack to buy those little pigtails. So you can buy the pigtails spare,
Yeah.
so I don't
Right.
worry about cutting them. But what I need to do is separate the red and the black here. These two, and these two go over to the to VBAT, which is the.
You're out of frame there.
Okay,
A little bit.
good. Okay, I'll get it back in. I just want to get it close so I can see it here. Let me zoom out a little bit. There we go.
There you go.
Yeah, gotta cut these, split these wires a little bit here. This is the small stuff here. Unlike working with the motor wires,
Yeah.
this is the tiny stuff. So we'll take, like I say, this is VBAT, which is whatever the LiPo is. And the DJI system will work up to 4S. So if I was building a 6S quad, I'd have to have probably a 9-volt regulator on the flight controller, which this one doesn't have. But since I'm not building a 6S quad, I'm building a 4S quad, I can connect the DJI system right to what's called VBAT, which is the voltage straight through to the battery, the main battery input. So let's solder these, tin these up. And trim them back. And they go
Those two spots that you pre-tinned up there.
they go right here on the flight controller. And I think there we go. That's going to work out just fine. Okay. There's your voltage. There's ground. Okay, so that's that. Then I need the white and the gray to go to TX and RX3. And I think the white goes to the TX, but I'm going to, just to be sure, I'm actually going to go in and look it up again. And then the other two wires, I'm just going to trim them off because that's just the signal from the, if you had a receiver, and I don't have a receiver. I'm not using their transmitter, so we'll just trim them. Make sure they don't short against anything, but that'd be good. Okay, so now We've got a white wire and a gray wire. One of them goes to RX3 and the other goes to TX3. My job is to figure out which goes where. So let's split them up a little bit here. And get rid of the insulation and tin them up, get them ready to solder, and then I will go look in the manual. I'm pretty sure the white goes to TX, but I just don't want to do that one wrong because it just won't hurt anything. It just won't work. You know, it won't communicate with the flight controller. All right, so let's tin them up. Okay. Got to keep track of all these little pieces of wire that you cut off, lest they don't fall into something and make a short circuit.
Yeah, right.
You don't want that to happen. Okay, so now we're going to go over here, back to this screen, and I'm going to open up I'm going to find the DJI digital flight system right here. And I'll bring it over so we can all see it. There we are. And we're going to look down here till we find the there we go. Okay, so white is the UART RX. This is very confusing, and I did it backwards the first time, but it says connects to flight controller TX. So the white goes to the TX, the gray goes to the RX. So we go over here.
Hey, Mitch, I'll be right back, okay?
Yeah, sure.
I just
Okay, I'll make the window full screen. Just give me a yell when you come back.
Okay.
All right, so now we got to take the white wire and put it to the TX, and I'm going to zoom in so you guys can see how tiny this stuff really is. And I'll get the thing in the picture and try to do it. But anyway, this is what we're dealing with here, and what I did was right here is the battery and the ground that go to this ribbon cable that goes to the back of the DJI thing. And now I've tinned RX3 and TX3. You can see those two have a puddle of solder on them, and now I have to solder these two wires. So RX3 is the one that's closest to me. So I will do that one first, and that's going to be the gray wire. So clean my soldering tip, and you can see how small this is by the size of the soldering iron tip when I hold it over the board. Which is why I like the chisel tip, because it's got that sharp little point, which makes it really nice when you're going to go right down in there on one of those tiny little things. So gray is RX3, so just going to grab it with the tweezers, bend it down a little, hold it right on top of the pad, just touch a little tiny bit, little heat to it. I need some solder on my tip. That's the problem. There it goes. Let it flow and let go of it. So now I have RX3 soldered on there, and then the white goes to TX3. And we'll set that right on top of the little pad. Put a little heat on it. Let it flow. Let go. There we go. So those two wires now are soldered on there, and that's RX3 and TX3. And I have 12 volts, and I have that there. So by all that's holy right now, I should be able to tuck these wires down in here out of the way. I should actually be able to activate the DJI system. It should be powered. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to plug the battery back into the quad and see if the little light lights up on the side of the DJI air unit. See if I get the little light shows me that it is getting power. And then we're going to go ahead and activate it. So let's plug this in. And I have a red light. So it is getting power. Great. So let's do this. Let's take the quad, and I'm just going to take it over here to the computer and set it here in front of me. And I'm going to go over here, and I'm going to open up the DJI Assistant. And I'm going to need a battery for this. So bring the battery over. And then I need a USB-C connector. And I need to plug it into the side of the DJI air unit. And we'll see. And then I need to power the mess up. So once I power it on, it should see the DJI Assistant. Should see the air unit. Okay, maybe I needed to plug it in after I powered it on. There it is. Okay, so we got the air unit. Start activation. Use that account. Agree to everything, including the slavery of my firstborn. Activating success. And no user survey, and new firmware, and now we update it. So it really is not that big a deal to activate this thing. It really isn't that big a deal. It takes 5 minutes, and that's all. You activate it once. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to get the goggles out and get them ready to power up, and we'll link the things to the goggles and see if they work. So here I am, Ant-Man. There we go. What do you think of that? It's a pain in the ass having glasses on, but the glasses fit under them. It's just when you take the thing on and off, you got to pull it way out. And for some reason, it's just not tight enough to stay up on my head like all the big time FPV guys. So it's very hard. But I'm going to power on the goggles by plugging it into a battery. The fan runs a little bit, and while this thing is updating, I want to take a look in the goggles, and they have come on. Okay, so no picture yet, but I don't have that. I don't have them linked. So let me shut the goggles off for the time being. Set them aside, and wait till the activation's done. house cleaning in the meantime. It really can get to be an awful cluttered mess. I probably at this point, if I'm gonna, I should really have the antennas on this thing, but I don't want to screw with it while it's firing up. Let's see here. Okay. Hurry up and wait. 64%, 65%. Okay. So here we go. Nothing to do but wait. So who's here? Let's see. How many air units you got now, Mitch? 2. I got 2, Jody, because I had to return the first one to Amazon. So when I bought the second unit, I got the goggles and 2 new air units. So I've got the 2 drones that I've got them in now are this new one I'm building and the little Acrobrat. I'll probably have some more air units coming because that's what you need to do. Drone shot's a cheap USB microscope. You can use it like a camera. Okay, 85%, 86%. Come on, baby. God, we're 4 hours into this stream now. Got 12 people on board. Unbelievable. I can't believe it. I hope you guys are being entertained. I'm having a good time because I'm building me a drone. But I wondered how interesting this would be for people to watch. I hope it's educational a little bit, or you're learning a little something. Hey, Jay Santiago, welcome. I see you are the only non-moderator in the crowd here. That's because you have, obviously, I don't think you've been here before, but thanks for coming in and appreciate it. So we're going to go ahead and give you a little blue wrench so that you can post a link to your video or something. As long as you keep it tasteful, that's all. And don't be a troll. But we'll make you a moderator. There it is, add moderator. So you can be blue like the rest of us. And one of the reasons that I do that is so I can tell who the new people are. So you're welcome. And I don't know how much of a lesson this is, but there it is. Update complete. We are ready to go. We will quit now, and we don't need that anymore. And we will go back to me here. So what I want to do now is unplug the air unit from the computer, unplug the power from the drone, and do something I should have done before, although I don't think it's a big deal with the DJI air unit, is I should put the antennas on this thing if I'm going to be turning it on from here on out. So what I need to do is just clip them on there. But man, they're where they are is that thing does get, I'll tell you what, the thing does get warm. They are right behind here now. Here, let me get it's tough to be the talent and the producer at the same time. Okay, so what we need to do is we need to get the air unit there. That's how to do it. And get some antennas on it for the time being, even if they're just sticking straight up. God, this thing gets warm. Okay, so there we go. And put this antenna on this side. Snap it in there. Good deal. Put them back on. What we'll do for the time being, I think, is put the old tie wrap in the middle trick to keep them falling and flopping all over the place. So we'll just tie wrap them together temporarily. There we go. And get rid of that. That way they're not going anywhere until I'm ready to put the top plate on, which is going to be a little while yet. All right. So what we got now is we got the DJI unit all wired up. And the next step is to bind the DJI air unit to the goggles. So let's see if we can do that. In order to do that, I'm just going to take the little lens cap off the camera, plug the goggles into this. I don't think I need my smoke stopper anymore. Get that out of the way. I'm going to get the goggles fired up. I'm going to plug in the drone, and I'm going to take a little pointer here and push the bind button on the goggles. And it's beeping. And then I'm going to push the bind button on the air unit. And it's bound. And I got to figure out a way to show you this. So hold on a second here. I think this might work. I'm going to take this and I'm going to try to see if I can get it to focus in the goggles. So what happened to I think this camera, I think I screwed up my side camera with all the different USB things I've been plugging in and out. I think that what happened was it kind of corrupted that USB port because I'm not seeing any movement from it, but I am seeing movement from this. Whoops. Yeah, I'm getting movement. All right. My table lamp moved all over the place. The side camera, I was hoping to stick that into the goggles to show you, but I want to try some other way here. And we'll try to zoom in the top camera, see if I somehow can't show you what the goggles are seeing. So let's do this. God, these things get hot. Holy mackerel. The air unit everything gets hot. Okay, let's zoom in zoom the camera in, put the goggles on the table here, and zoom in and see if we can actually get in close enough to see what's in there. I don't know if it's gonna work or not. I don't think so. Foo. No, you can't see anything. But I'll tell you what, I got the most beautiful image. I got the most beautiful image in there of my workshop and workbench. Unbelievable. Okay, so they're working. Sorry, I couldn't show that to you guys. I wonder if you can see it with my main camera here. Let's see if I can see if somehow. No. No, sorry guys. It's chroma keying all over the place, but it's not showing you what the camera sees. Well, it was a thought, but it is working. It's working great. So I can unplug that now and move on to the next step and unplug the goggles. So there we go. Done with that. Goggles. Finish with those for a while. So that works. That's good. Okay. So let's mount the camera. Let's mount the camera. So back to this, and let's go back out here. There we are. So we've got the air unit mounted, toasty. We've got it wired up to the flight controller, to UART number 3. We've got all the motors wired and running in the right direction. Now I need, this is the antenna mount for the DJI thing, and that goes on here like this. And I'm thinking that it's going to be a strange angle for these connectors are angled, and I'm wondering to use this if you need to get antennas with straight connectors instead of the angle. For the time being, I'm not going to fool with that because that's just going to take too much time. And so let's get the pieces for the to mount the camera. Now the camera, they give you 4 screws here, so let's take these out. Even the camera gets hot, and I'll tell you. Uh-oh, I have a white plastic ring here. Did that not make it under the... Yeah, I see where it goes. It goes under the flight controller. So off we come again. Which one was the one without the white plastic? It was this one back here. Okay. I don't know how that fell off of there, but it did. Call me a perfectionist, but it was a little lopsided without that. Now I can sleep. All right. Finger tight on these is usually adequate, but I'll snug them down a little before I put the top plate on. Plug this back in here. There we go. All right, now back to what we were doing, mounting the camera. And let's see, there's a little up arrow on the back of the camera, and that's up. So this Goes in here like this. Man, you talk about just long enough. Holy mackerel. That is wild. If that thing was an eighth of an inch shorter, it might not, in fact, it might not even fit. Let's see. It's a stretch. And I mean, there's no, I mean, it's going straight to it too. Let's see. No, it fits okay. It fits okay. Look at that. Look at this. I'm telling you, this is, if that wire was a quarter inch shorter, that camera wouldn't fit in there. Can you see that? That's unbelievable. But as it stands, it fits perfectly. So that's the way the camera goes. And then put the one in on the other side. It really isn't held in place until the top plate is put on, but it'll stay there. So that goes there like that, and should be a hole somewhere in the neighborhood. Yeah, what do you know? And they give you a slot which actually lines up with the second hole, so you can lock the tilt, which is nice. So let's put that in right there. I'm missing something. There we go. It's a little high. I better loosen the other one up a little bit. And let's get that flat. Get the tilt about where I want it. Looks about right. And then we'll tighten them up. You can always adjust them later once the top plate is on. That camera's not going to fall out of there. But man, that wire is just exactly long enough. Good lens protection on this thing. There we go. So that's where the camera goes. It just fits in a slot, and then the top plate comes over, and it's got a slot that it recessed into it, recessed into the top plate. Well, I won't go on with those antennas there, but it holds it in place, and beautiful. And there's actually room, I think, under here maybe to put that lost quad beeper, and certainly enough room up on this top plate for the GPS module to go somewhere, maybe towards the back here. But seeing as it's still got the receiver to do before we actually have a quad. So what we got here is coming along. All right. So the next step is to put a receiver in this puppy so that it can talk to the radio. And I've got an R9 Mini here, R9 Mini receiver that is a 900 megahertz long range deal. And it's got T antenna in the back, and this actually comes with a mount for the crossfire, which could probably be used without a problem for this antenna as well. Let's see. So yes, it does. So that'll hold this antenna nicely on the back of this thing. Fits right down way back here out of the way. And this has a little little cutout slot in it for the wire to set in. So that's a pretty nice little arrangement. I like that. So that's the antenna. The receiver, there's plenty of room underneath the air unit for the receiver to be stuck down in there. So I think the best thing for me to do at this point is to pull the air unit out. It's easy enough to do, and just unplug it from unplug the harness here. And the camera just slides out of there. So we'll just put all that stuff aside for right now, and I can go back to work on the quad. So this is the harness for the air unit. The receiver can actually just be stuck down to the bottom underneath there and fire it up. So the first thing that you need to do when you get any new receiver is flash the firmware, which is something that just scares a lot of people. It just scares a lot of people to have to flash firmware on a receiver. Now this is a telemetry receiver too. So looking at the wiring diagram here, and there's no wires, of course, on this thing, I have to solder it up to flash it. And to flash it, I need to have power, ground, and the S port tab. And so I have a little pigtail here somewhere. Where did I put that little pigtail? I made a point to put it somewhere where I'd be able to find it. There it is. No, that's not it. It uses a connector like a servo connector that you have on model airplanes. And what in the world did I do with that thing? Is it in this big mess? Here it is. Okay, so what I got here, the idea when you flash these things, you have to flash them off the transmitter. And what that means is in the module bay back here, and this is the R9, module, an antenna, the external module, and in this bay there's a 5-pin deal, and the center one is 5 volts, the next to the bottom is minus, and the bottom one is S bus. So I have this little connector, this little servo type connector that I will solder to the receiver and then plug it in here to like this, and then I have the firmware for that on the SD card in the transmitter, and that's how you do it. So I'm going to turn the soldering iron back on, get my little helper here, and the directions of what is what, and take the receiver and put it in here. It's just so tiny, it's unbelievable. I mean, the thing isn't, it's just so tiny, it's unbelievable. But what we got is we've got where's the wiring diagram? There it is. So there's the wiring diagram, and that's setting this way. So we've got 5 volts in is the second one, ground is the third one, and S port is the fourth one. So that's what I need to do temporarily, just solder that pigtail on here so I can flash this receiver. And I need to just put a tiny touch of solder on these 3 center deals here. Come on. Wow. This is really tiny. There we go. Okay. So, going back to the diagram, the red is to here. This is really small stuff. And the black goes to the center. And this one goes to S-port, which is here. And that's it. And this is just a temporary job just for flashing it. Now, you'd think that sooner or later they're going to come up with a better way to do it than this. But right now with Free Sky, this is the way you got to flash it. Okay, so I've got these in there like that. Now, the next thing we do, and I hope you can follow along with this. I'm going to try to see if you can, is turn the radio on. I've already created a model for this. But basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into this setup. That's not it. I'm going to go into this setup and page and go into my firmware folder. I don't know if you can see what I'm doing here. Now, the firmware folder on the SD card in here, I'm going to find the R9 Mini FCC firmware, which is what this is. These are down here, XM Plus, R9 Mini. Let me make sure I don't have anything else here. Okay, R9 MIDI, not the F port, but the regular. I don't want to explain what all that means, but this is the firmware that I need. I'm going to plug the receiver into those plugs in the back here, just like the way I said, with the red in the center, ground, and then I've got a red light on the blinking on the thing, which means it is powered. Then I'm going to go in here and I'm going to hold down on this and say flash external module and hit enter. And it says writing. And I got a green light on the module. I don't want to hate to touch it with all this fancy soldering on it, but I do have a green light and a blinking red light. So it is flashing the firmware on that module. And that's what you have to do. That's it seems like a stupid, cumbersome step, and nothing like DJI would ever make you do, but that's how you have to flash firmware on these new receivers. And then we have to bind it, but we'll do that once we get it hooked up to the quad. We'll actually bind it to the transmitter, and then we'll have a radio. And then we can go into betaflight and start setting up the receiver. But I tell you what, I'm beginning to think that I'm going to have to maybe continue this tomorrow after I get the receiver installed. It's going to be probably 11 o'clock, and I've been on since 6. That's 5 hours. And I'm tired, but we're making great headway. I've got the thing coming along nicely. It's starting to look like a quad.
Looking good, Mitch. I'm back.
Oh, hey, there you are. Okay.
Sorry it took so long.
No, that's no problem. No problem. Let me bring you in here. Yeah, I'm just flashing the firmware on the receiver.
Yeah, I saw that.
So I just finished that. The firmware is flashed. I'm going to unplug it from the. I was, I don't know if you saw what I did or not, but I, using the transmitter here to flash the receiver by soldering a temporary plug to plug it into the external port. See?
Yeah.
And that's how you flash free sky receivers with firmware. This is the R9 module. That's the long range module that fits in the module bay on this thing. And
Right.
this tiny, look at the size of the receiver. That's it.
Wow.
So now that I've got the latest firmware on this thing, I can go back in here and take off my temporary lead and solder the 4 wires to it that I'm going to need for I'm going to need 4 wires. I'm going to need 1 power, 1 ground, 1 for S bus, which is the actual radio signal, and 1 for telemetry. So let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of this. And get rid of this. There we go. Okay. So that's my little pigtail there that I've used many times.
Nice. Yeah.
And now we have to get this ready to solder 4 wires to, so we can hook it up to the flight controller. So let's put a little solder on this pad here. Got this. Some tiny stuff. All right, so now I need 4 wires. Let's see if I got anything over here in the scrap heap that's silicone that I might want to use for the receiver, or if I really, there's a red and a black one. That needs to be a little longer than that. So what I need to do now is dig into, this is something that everybody's in this hobby eventually is going to have to buy, a bundle of little tiny 30 gauge wire of all different colors. So I need red. Closest they got in here to red is this orangey color, but that's I know what it is. So I need red. I need some black. Where's the end of the black? Somewhere there's an end. I'm about to cut it out of the middle if I don't find the end here pretty soon. Ah, too bad. We'll have 2 ends. Okay. It's not like I ever need a long piece of this stuff. Oh, there is the end. Okay, I found the end. All right.
All right.
Dumb luck. Now I need white for S bus. So there's white. And I will use yellow for telemetry. Now, I don't know if that's any kind of a real convention or not, but it's what I'm going to do. So this is like a lifetime supply of this wire. Because you only need time. Most of these gizmos actually come with the harnesses or the wires, but just again, if you're going to be an FPV, you got to have all of this. You know how it is in RC, don't you? You need to have bins and bins full of oddball pieces and parts. It's crazy. So let's take these 4 wires here and twist them up real good so they stay together in like a harness. Okay, that's a nice thing about this silicone wire, is it really does stay together. And then let's tin the leads on it. I had a funny feeling this was going to take more than 5 hours to do this. But that's okay. It's a hobby, right? It's hobby time. Okay. So let's tin these things. That one, looked like I didn't quite make it when I stripped it. I think I got some of the, there we go. Okay. So, I can hardly see these things. They're so small. All right. So now we got to solder this to this little tiny, teeny receiver here. This way. Let's do it like this. All right, so the wires go S bus out is the white wire. So that's the first wire. That's the wire that carries the actual radio's information to the flight controller. So that is this first one right here. White. I don't know if you can see how fine this is. I'm going to try to zoom in on this so you can see what I'm dealing with here. How tiny this is. Let me move it into where you can see what I'm doing. Where is it? I got to be this way. I can't even see it. Where is my hand here? All right, so I got to come back this way. This is crazy. Oh, there it is. There it is. See how tiny that little board is? There's my finger. And I got to solder these wires on the end of that thing there. Okay, so that's the S bus wire. The second wire in is F port. I don't need S port. Yeah, I do need that. That is the yellow wire. So the yellow wire goes next. So now we want the yellow wire right there. Yeah, moved. Okay, then the next one is ground. That's the black wire. And then the next one is red. Whoa, Okay. Whew. That's tiny. All right. Let me take a look at that through the magnifying glass here. Let me zoom back out for you guys. Do I have anybody still here? 9 of us. Wow. And I want to take a look at this through the magnifying glass. Make sure that, because you don't want the receiver wires to come flying off. That's when you fail safe. Looks good. Looks good. Okay. So that takes care of that. And let's twist these up. Now what I want to do, God, the bind button on this thing is so tiny, it's unbelievable. But what I want to do is I want to put a piece of heat shrink over the top of this, and I'm going to do that. I got that out and a heat gun out in my workshop, so I'm going to take a break for a second, and I'll be able to talk to you guys, but you won't be able to see me. But what I'll do is, we lost George. Well, what are you going to do? Okay. I wasn't paying attention, I guess. So we got RDFPV. How you doing? Good to see you. I'm sorry I haven't been paying much attention to the chat, but see if anybody has aerial views and histories. Hey, how you doing? And thanks for stopping by. If you're still here, got 7 people here, so I don't know who's here yet. Rick Halbert had to leave. See you, Rick. Take care. I guess I'm not paying attention. God, it's 11:15 already here. But I'm going to run out to I'll be right back. I'll leave you with a little music playing and maybe a little drone flying here. Hold on a second. Let me find something. Where is it? There we go. Watch the simulator a little bit. And I will be right back. I'll be able to talk to you. You'll hear the heat gun going, but I want to take a tiny little bit of clear heat shrink and stick it over this whole receiver mess because it's just so delicate. For me, because I have the wireless workshop. Little piece of clear. Here we go. I can take with me too. Get this heat shrink. I get back in. By the receiver, so it's ready to solder up to the board, to the flight controller, and go and bind it. Okay, let's get rid of this and get rid of the music. And I still got anybody hanging around here? 7 people. That's not bad. More than I expected. So let's go to here. So what I did was I just took this little thing and put that clear heat shrink around it, which covers up all the wires and everything else. The only problem is there's a tiny little bind button on here, but you can press it through the heat sink. You could feel it if you press it with your fingernail. So now I'm going to just go ahead and get this installed on the quad and wired up to the flight controller. So the antenna for this goes here. I think we ought to put it in the back where it belongs, not the front. The antenna, just kind of a nice holder, TPU printed holder, goes down on here like this, all the way down at the bottom. And that makes a nice holder for this T antenna. I like this. But I got, as usual, you got way more antenna wire than you need. So I think I'm just going to curl it around like this and figure out a way to just stick this thing down here underneath the where's the bind button? Which side is the bind button on? It's got to face up. Okay, that's on that side. So if I take some double sticky tape and stick this receiver right down underneath there, it'll just sit down under there, right under the DJI unit. So that'll work out great. So let's get some of this double sticky tape here. And that's all you really need for these receivers, because they're supported pretty much by the antenna wire and everything else. So there we go. And we will make sure the little bind button is up. Stick that right on there. Get rid of this. Okay. And maybe if I stick it sideways, it'll help me like this. It'll make it easier to, yeah, that's good. We'll just set it at an angle. Set it at an angle like that, then I can just fold the antenna wire and then run this right up to the flight controller. That's a good place for it. Okay, so we'll just take and loop the antenna wire like this. Out of the way. And maybe take a tie wrap and I'm sorry if I'm off the table with this, but I'm going to tie wrap that antenna wire so that it doesn't go anywhere. There we go. Perfect. Okay, so let's see if you can see that in the picture. What I did was I put the receiver down to the bottom plate here, and these are the wires that go to the receiver, and let's see where they go to on the flight controller board. They go to over on this side, right here. Okay. Now, the S-Bus PPM 5-volt and ground. So it's these four. Now, this one here that says PPM, and I don't expect anybody listening to understand this. It took me quite a while to actually figure it out or figure out how it works. But what happens is I have to use something here. If I want an extra UART for the telemetry, the S-port telemetry, I have to use what they call SOFTSERIAL and come up with a serial UART. And in order to do that, I have to remap one of the pins on the board to that particular UART. So you have to find an unused pin. And one of the unused pins that I have on this board is the PPM pin. So, and that's a receiver protocol input that I'm not using. I'm using S-Bus. And I did this on my other quad and it worked. So I'm going to do it on this one too with the same controller. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take I want to plug this back into the computer, and we're going to go look at the resources and find out what's mapped to the PPM, and then we're going to remap it to the serial port. And I may have to look up again what I did the last time because I had to look it up to make sure I did it right. So let's do this. Let's take the, while I was still thinking straight here, we'll plug this back into the computer. And we'll go over here to open up Betaflight. There we go, and bring you guys over here with me. And let's connect. Go into command line interface and see what we got as far as resources go. And what I'm going to do here is I want to save this original list of resources to a file. I'm going to call it Mamba F405 stock resources, and save it to my my desktop. So I have it. So if I ever need to reference it again, I have it. Let's make sure I have it. Mamba F405, there it is. And it's got all of those settings in it, and there it is right there. And I have all that stuff copied, so that's good. So let's go back into Betaflight again. And what I'm looking for is the PWM. There it is. That's PPM. Is that what I'm looking for? PPM? Yes, PPM1. All right, so it's resource. PPM1 is C09. So I'm going to write that down so I don't forget it. I want to write that down on a pad here. C09, because that is the pin that now goes to the PPM, but it's but I want it to go to the smart audio port, smart serial. So what I'm going to do is, the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to have to free up this. So I copy this, put it down in here, and I say resource ppm1 none. Resource is freed. So that frees up the ppm1 pad from the processor pin, that's C09. Now I have to go and I have to make a serial TX, because it's transmitting to the so what I'm going to do is copy this in here, and I'm going to say serial TX 11, because the way the smart, I don't expect anybody to follow me through this. I had to watch 12 videos to learn how this all works, but trust me on this one. Serial TX 11 is smart serial 1, and I have to assign that to ppm 1. I think that's what I have to do. Or do I have to assign it to C09? No, I have to assign it to C09. Please work. C09 is already assigned to ESC serial. And the ESC serial is, so I have to take that ESC serial out of the picture too. Why that? And now I have to do this one again, I think. Oops. Well, let me paste it or copy it, but why not? It did twice. Okay, enter. Resources set to C09. So RESOURCE resource. I should have serial TX11. There it is. Set to C09. Save. Okay, so copy. So that's done. So now I want to type save and get out of there. I want to reconnect. I want to look at my serial ports. And I should have soft serial 1, which I do. And soft serial 1, let's go back over the ports. UART 1 is the receiver. That's the S bus. UART 3 is going to be, that's my DJI FPV air unit. UART 6 is going to be my GPS. And soft serial 1 is going to be smart port telemetry. So we save and reboot. Okay, so now I've got this all configured here so that I can now solder all that drill was so that I could solder the yellow wire that I have here to the PPM pin there, and it would actually be interpreted as a UART and it would bring in the telemetry that way. So I think I'm going to may run these wires just right across the top of the board like this. Keep them about, maybe give them a little extra length there. And let me bring you back over here. And here we are again. We're sneaking up on it. And I want to cut these like that. And solder these 4 wires to the controller board. It's 5 volts, S bus, ground, smart port. There we go. 4 wires. They go to the receiver, and now tin them. Okay. One, 2, 3, 4. And we need to tin up the pads here. So we have S-bus. We have smart port. We have 5 volts. And we have ground. And it's nice that that free pin that I used for that free pin that I was able to use for PPM, the PPM pin is right there in line with the other receiver stuff, which is very nice. So now we're going to start with the ground first. So let's go with the black wire first, and I'm thinking I'm just going to come in from on top of the board with them like this. So let's do it around this way. Can you all still hear me? I guess my wireless mic hasn't run out of gas yet. Let's see here. We've got the black wire goes to ground right there. Okay. And I'll zoom in on it so you guys can see what I'm doing. How's that? Man, look at that. It's like a microscope. Okay. So the ground wire goes to here. The 12 volt, the red wire there we go. The red wire goes to the next one. There we are. Okay, sorry if I'm covering it up with my hand, but all right, so we got 2 of them there. Got the ground and the 5 volt. Now I need the yellow, which is the PPM tab, which is now Smart Serial 11. Come on, grab onto that thing. And the white, which is the last one, we'll tuck underneath there. And that one will go to the S-bus. And that will get the receiver hooked up. There we go. There we are. Okay. Okay, so we now have the receiver hooked up. Don't need the air unit for this test. What we're going to do is going to bring in the transmitter. We're going to bind the receiver. So we need a battery. And we have to hold the bind button down while we plug in the battery. But first, I'm going to get the transmitter into the bind mode.
Throttle warning.
So let's see here. Where is my thing? Let me zoom back out so you can see what I'm doing. Is anybody left here? We still got some people watching. 5 people? 4 people? Soft serial is odd. Yeah, Joe C, soft serial is odd, but it does work. And instead of a hardware serial interface, it's done with software, and it works fine. And these processors are more than powerful enough to do it. So what I need to do here on the radio is I need to go into the model. I need to hit page. I need to go up from the bottom. I need to go into external module. It's an R9M, and I'm going to change this to channel. What model number was this? Let me get out of here for a second. Let me go back out of here and see what model I made this. This is model number 12. Okay, model number 12. So let's go back in. Up. Make this receiver number 12. Go to bind. Channel 1 to 8 telemetry on. And now it starts the binding sound, binding chirp. So now I go down here to the receiver. I press the bind button. I can do that with my fingernail till I feel it go down through the, there it is. And now I plug it in. And it should bind. I don't know if I got it or not. No, I just lost it. All right, let's try it again.
Zero volts.
It did bind. Okay, so let's get this out of bind. Shut this off. Exit out of this. Plug it in.
Telemetry lost. 0 volts. Telemetry recovered.
Hey, hey. Now, what just happened there is I have a warning on here that tells me if the voltage is below a certain point. And since when I first plugged it in, it was below that point, she came out and said 0 volts. But that tells me that my telemetry is working. And I can look at the telemetry page here and see what my voltage is. And when the GPS is in there, I'll get all the GPS information. And I'm doing that because you don't have that information available in the OSD on the DJI system. In your goggles, you don't have all of that stuff. So at least this way I can have the transmitter telling me some of the information. So what that just showed me was that all of that fancy little stuff that I just did there with the resources worked. And that I actually got the receiver wired correctly. And amazing as that sounds, it amazes even me because that was a tricky. The first time I tried that little trick, it was a nightmare. It took me half a day to figure out how to get that soft serial stuff working. So I'm really proud of myself that I remembered how to do it without actually looking at instructions. But that works, and that's one of the only drawbacks of this inexpensive Mamba flight controller board really is the fact that it's short on UARTs. But with SOFTSERIAL, you can create a UART or two if you need them. All right, so there we go. Now we still have some other things to install. We have a GPS module. We have a GPS module here. I'm going to put the wire in for that, but I'm not going to install the actual module until I decide where I want to install it. So, and this is not, I hate this, is not silicone wire. This is, and they give you, it's very strange. They give you a plug that's different on both sides. On this plug, it goes red, white, green, black. On this plug, it goes black, red, green, white. So you got to figure out which way to do it. And the way that I do that is I go into I have to go into back over here to this screen here, and whoa, what happened to my? Back into this screen here and get a browser up and go into search for this this GPS, which is a BN180, BN-180 GPS, and go to images, and I'll find a wiring diagram for it somewhere. Here it is. So here's the wiring diagram for this thing. Looking at it this way, the red needs to be red, TX, RX, and ground on the left. Okay, so what I did here, what I got basically was I figured out which one of these two plugs goes in it, and you can see it there that it's always backwards. You can see it that the one, it goes red, green, and white are the UARTs, and then black on the other side. So that's the way that has to go. And every time I install one of these, I got to go through that drill because I don't remember which one of these things, which one of these plugs. And I don't know why they give you a wire that has two plugs on it, but that are wired differently. But there must be a reason. And so that's it. So there's a little GPS module, and the worst case scenario is I stick it out on a leg somewhere. So I'm going to leave about this much wire on it. All right, let's go back over here. Not this much wire. Can always coil the wire up, and we'll cut this. And I'm beginning to get quite a little collection of these little extra pigtails. And the thing I don't like about this is it's plastic wire, and the difference is stunning when you solder it. Because this stuff will just melt right up, and it's much harder to strip too. But it's what they give you. Yeah, you can't beat that silicone wire. All right, so now let's take the white one. Let's see here. All right, so we need to tin these, and these are going to be going to UART 6, TX and RX. So there we go. All right. So now we'll take a look at the, find out where RX6 and TX6 are, and then we'll decide which one of these goes to which one. So we've got right over here, these four towards the back, ground 5-volt, TX6, and RX6. All right, so it's right over here. So let's get this out of the way for the time being. And tin up those pads. That's a busy side of the board back here. So we'll tin up these 4 pads here. There we go. And now we have RX6 first. All right, so looking at this wiring diagram and figuring out which one of these is RX and which one is TX, over here, I see that right up here, I see that it says that the first pin is ground, the second pin is TX, which is the white wire here. So this is the TX, and that means that this is transmitting. This is the output of the GPS, which has to go to the receive, to the RX on the flight controller. So white goes to RX. Number 2, looking at the plug, is white. Number 3 is green. White is the transmitter on the GPS, which goes to the receiver on the flight controller. So white goes to RX6. And that's where we're going to start. And after that, the rest of them, I know where they belong. So let's solder this here. Okay. RX6 is the first one next to the ground. I gotta cut this. When you tin these things, the insulation melts up the wire. That's that plastic crap. But it is what it is. And I just stripped too much off the ground. Foo. There we go. Okay, so now the white goes to RX6. And RX6 again was the first one of the 4. So do we want to do it this way, or we want to have it coming? Yeah, let's do it this way. There we go. There's RX6. TX6 is going to be the green. Then comes 5 volts, which is the red. and then the ground. Okay, so that takes care of the GPS. We'll twist them up, and we'll decide where to mount that later after the top plate's on and everything is. But we could mount it out on a leg. We could mount it up on the top plate. For the time being, it's just gonna hang loose. Okay, the only other thing that I need to hook up is the buzzer, and the lost quad buzzer, and that's here. So here's the GPS module. Here's the lost quad buzzer, and basically we've got, where's the buzzer on this? The buzzer is over here, and 5 volts is right next to it. Okay, so we need see what we got here. We got buzzer plus, buzzer minus, and ground. So we got buzzer plus is the first one here. Buzzer minus. And then ground is in the center here. Okay. Ground. So buzzer plus is red. Let's do it this way. Buzzer plus is red. Buzzer minus is green. And ground goes to that one. Okay. Okay. So that, wherever it ends up, is going to go to the buzzer. And we'll twist that like that. And that's probably going to mount somewhere up here. So we'll leave that like this for the time being. And that is basically everything that's soldered to the flight controller board. Amazing as it seems, that's all the soldering. So let's take a little zoom in here to see what it looks like with all the stuff soldered to it. There it is. What we've got here is this wire here coming in is for the DJI, and it goes to its VBAT and ground, and RX and TX3 for its connection to the flight controller. We've got the receiver going to these four. We've got the GPS connected to it, and we've got the lost quad buzzer connected to it. And that pretty much is all the wiring on the flight controller. So we've got all that done. Now, the next thing we want to do is see if we can figure out how these antenna things are supposed to work with that antenna connector that antenna holder that came with this thing. So let's pull the antennas out here. Let me back out so you can see what I'm doing. If anybody's still watching, who's still here? Anybody still here? 6 people. Well, somebody's hanging in there through this thing. And it's only took 5.5 hours. Joe, you're funny. I'm not done yet, man. Still not done. It's still not flyable yet, but yeah, it takes time if you're going to do it right. And of course, this has got a lot of stuff on it. So let's see how this stupid thing works. We put this antenna in here. First of all, can you even get it in with these angled plugs? And it looks like you're supposed to be able to, but I don't think so. Well, wait a minute. It is coming through. It is a elongated hole, but yeah, there we go. Got it through. Okay, so this goes in here like that. I guess these will bend around. Probably shouldn't have pushed it in there until I turned it the right direction. Let's see if I can get it out now. There we go. Okay. Now, the other one, let's see if we can get that in there. Tell you what, it just fits. This one's a little looser than the other one. Okay, so now we got these things here. And this is going to go on here on top of the, yeah, it all just fits, doesn't it? So this goes on here. But this is interesting on how this is going to attach to the back of the air unit. It doesn't look like, it looks like you're going to be bending those connectors in very strange ways. But let's see. Obviously they built it, so let's push this all the way down on here. Okay. And I would imagine that it has to come up like, let's get this plugged in first here. Get the air unit plugged in. Then these antenna wires have to somehow come up. Oh, I see what I see. I think I see how it's supposed to work. No, that's too high that way. This is, maybe it just goes across like this. Let's try that. So this is very weird to try to hook these antennas up to this thing. But we're going to try. This goes in here snaps in. Okay, so that's this one. I don't think I can get this back down on there, can I? Well, maybe. Just looks, no, it popped it out. It pops the antenna out. Like the thing doesn't snap in at all. It seems, God, this just doesn't look like there's really any way to hook these things up. There must be, though. There has to be. I mean, there really has to be. So let's try putting the air unit on the front here first. And now I feel like I'm just talking to myself. Plenty of room for the receiver under there. Yes, no problem. No problem for the cable. So these antennas, they're just very close to there, and they need to come all the way up to here and plug in. So it appears that it has to come, let's see, like this. It's way, yeah, it's up there. Okay. So that has to go like this. And plug in. Right up there. Snapped it in. Okay, well that's good. That works. Now we got to get the other one in. All right. So the other one, push this back down in there again. This is some tricky stuff right here with these antennas, I got to tell you. So this one here needs to go down. Get the camera down in there for the time being. This one needs to go which one am I dealing with here? This one. No, that's that one. This one here needs to just bend up. I guess these things are more flexible than I thought. This just needs to bend up and end up right there. Okay. Got them in the neighborhood now. Let's see if we can bring it home. Come on, baby. Oh, wow. These are slightly delicate connectors too, and there's certain ways you just don't want to force them. But I think that I got it in. Okay. So now the trick is, can I lower the air unit back in without knocking the antennas out? Whoa, there we go. Unbelievable, but there actually appears to be in there and snapped in too. I don't know if you can see that or not, but right down in there, boy, that's a fit. Okay, so that's that, and that's that, and the camera's up here, and it locks in there like that, and this, I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. I'm going to take there we go. That goes in there, and then there's some notches under this top plate that the camera thing fits into. Now that, I guess that's it. So let's put a screw in it just for grins and see what happens. Oop. Wow, this thing goes together like a jigsaw puzzle. Lloyd, how you doing? Is that you? Did you just get here 11:40? Holy mackerel. What are you doing up so late? Us old guys are supposed to be in bed by now. Jody's still here, RDPV. Great, man. How you doing? How many people we got to watch? 7 people now. Hey, jump on in, Lloyd, if you want. I'm almost done, believe it or not. It's a job. This has been quite a build, but it's really a nice looking drone. And let me put a couple screws in the back here. Wow, that stuff is just stacked in the back here. Between the different antenna holders and this antenna holder and the holder for the FPV system. That's really interesting. And everything seems to go in there without too much congestion. Although when you think about it, I got most of the same stuff into that 3-inch quad. But let's why isn't this lining up? Let's loosen all these up. till I get them all started. All righty. Is that my link? Jody, did you put it in there? Good. Oh, he's in bed, more out. The whole family went out for steak tonight. Well, thank you. It's been an interesting build. I mean, this is going on 6 hours here now, but I said I was going to completely build it tonight, including flashing all the firmware and all that other stuff, and I'm doing it. So I may not fly it tonight, but other than maybe mounting the GPS and the beeper, putting some props on it, it's, for all intents and purposes, pretty well done. So let's put the top plate on it here and plug it in, and then we'll do the final configuration in Betaflight when it comes to setting up the receiver. Let me tighten up all these top plate screws. Yes, sir. There it goes. Things are snapping together. Glad to hear that. Oh, yeah. Good sound. Like that sound. All right. That. This and this. And these last two. A lot of screws on the top plate. Hope I don't have to take the top plate on and off too often. There we go. And check the bottom. I think those are all tight. Those are tight. Those are tight. I'll check the motors before I fly it, give them a chance to settle in. And then what we've got here is we've just got these two plugs to go to the two peripherals. And we've got the camera, and let's put some rubber feet on it, and then we will go and plug it into Betaflight one more time and turn on the receiver, and we'll check it out. So let's see here. Let's put, I like these rubber feet. I know a lot of guys don't, but I do. So let's put them out here right there. There we go. Okay, now let's take, good deal. Perfect. Now let's take the serial cable, plug it into Betaflight. I wonder if this will power the receiver. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. It doesn't look like it's lit up. And then we will take and plug in the flight battery. We will turn on the transmitter. Come over here, get back up to Betaflight again here. Go ahead and connect.
0 volts.
There we go. We got drone. Let's go to the receiver tab. And it's looping. So that's because this needs to be TAER. TAER. And save. Ought to stop all that crazy looping. So now I should have roll. Looking at the little drone. I should have pitch. I should have yaw. And I should have throttle. Okay, I got 1500 in the center. Perfect. close enough. 297, 1000, good. Good, good. Throttle, good. Aux 1. Aux 2. Aux 3. This is what happens when you copy a previous model setting. All this good stuff goes with it. Aux 4 and aux 5. Okay, so now we go into the modes tab. So let's save that. We don't want RSSI here because we have telemetry. Everything else is right. We go into the modes tab. We want to arm it with aux 1. Notice how when I click the switch, that changed to aux 1. We want it up here to be armed. So it's armed, disarmed. We want angle mode on aux 2 to be the upper position. And you notice this little yellow thing that moves around there underneath? That tells you where the switch is. So you set the parameters around where the switch is. So when the yellow thing is in here, it's in angle mode. I want to add a horizon mode to aux 2. And when it's in the second position, which is right here, then it'll be in horizon mode. When it's in the third position, it's nowhere, and that puts it in angle mode. GPS rescue is going to be aux 5. And that'll be up here. So when I hit that switch, beeper is going to be aux 3, and that is here, aux 3. Black box air mode. Air mode is going to be in acro. So when I have aux 2 full up, it'll turn on air mode, which keeps the props spinning when it's very, very low throttle. And FPV angle, black box erase, camera control, don't need that. Flip over after crash. Flip over, that's turtle mode. And that's going to be aux 4. And I want turtle mode to be active right here. So that's turtle mode. And here's a new one, beep GPS satellite count. I didn't even, that's something new in 4.0. I'm going to have to look at that because that could be handy when you're waiting for the satellites to fire up. Launcher, okay, that's great. Got all of that. I don't have to worry about OSD. GPS, I don't have the module plugged in, but I should plug it in just to see if it's communicating. So let me go back over here. Top build. Let's take the GPS module and plug it in to this. And I should have flashing. Is that communicating? Oh, I need to probably reboot this thing. Let me disconnect this. Disconnect. Unpower it. Unplug it from the computer. Plug it back into the computer.
Telemetry lost.
Plug it back in. And now my GPS is blinking fast. So I don't know if that means it's working or what it's doing, but
12.8 volts. Telemetry recovered.
Why is my voltage so low? Probably on the way up. So I can look at my receiver, look at my telemetry page, and I have 16.37 volts. And let me look and see if this thing found GPS. It did. I have a GPS. As you can see, what's going on here? Okay, be that way. As you can see, right up here, it says GPS. So it has found the GPS. The GPS module is blinking. Let's go and see if it's, I'm in the house here. I doubt I'll find any satellites, but evidently it did find it. Well, we'll worry about that. There's my battery voltage. Let me make sure that I have GPS is turned on. Right U blocks, okay, and make sure that in the ports tab that UART 6 has the GPS. That's correct. So I should have GPS. I'd like to see one line here that shows me that it's actually receiving something, but hard to tell. Who knows? To take it outside and play with it, but oh, there it goes. I got it. I just saw I get it away from the camera. You put these things near the cameras and they just it just drives them crazy. So I just stick it out there by itself away from that and see if it actually picks up something. I saw one yellow line pop up here on this first. There it goes. Okay. See that little line right there? That means that it is receiving a satellite. So that's working. There it goes. And it normally when you first boot up a brand new GPS, it just, you know how if you've ever had one in your car, it takes sometimes 15 minutes to a half an hour to establish an initial position. And then after that, it next time you fire it up, it knows where it is to start, and it usually, within a few seconds, finds a position. But the GPS is working. The beeper, let's plug that in and see what happens. So let me go ahead and disconnect the power again. Let me disconnect this. Let me unplug the drone and unplug this. And then I'm just going to plug the beeper into that plug. And plug the drone in. Whoa. Wow. It is beeping. It is loud. Now, cool. When I hit the not that one, but that one. When I there's the GPS blinking. This is a little beeper here, and the beeper's got a strobe light on it too, which is really bright, brighter than that camera's making it look. So if I lose this thing and it's down in the bushes somewhere, and I hit the momentary F3 on my transmitter, that thing starts beeping. When I unplug the battery from the drone, as if it was in a crash maybe, and it might have been in a crash. Maybe the battery got swung off somehow and pulled out, disappeared. Between 30 and 45 seconds, this thing will start squealing. It'll start beeping because there's no power to it, because it's got an internal battery, if it's working. So now we sit here and we wait to see if it's going to start beeping. And just when you think it's not, just when you think you've given up on it, say something, there it goes. And it beeps like that and flashes, and that's loud. And then you have a little reset button on here. Even if you unplug it, man, you're stuck with this squealing thing here. It's going to squeal until you take the push the reset button and hold it in for a couple of seconds, and that'll stop. And that is a handy little gadget to have. I got to tell you, even if you land your quad in tall grass, it just makes so much noise. It makes it much easier to find. So I'm going to unplug the GPS module now until I decide where to mount it, and unplug the beeper till I decide where to mount it. But I am going to say, and I dare any of you guys that are left to argue at me, that I have built this quad tonight from start to finish, because it is, for all intents and purposes, ready to fly. which I'm hopefully going to do tomorrow. So there it is, folks. There is, it's a neat looking quad. All I can do is I got to stick a battery strap on it and stick the sticky tape, the sticky silicone for the battery. But that's it. That's the GEP 5H Mark4 5HD with the Zing E motors and the DJI FPV unit and camera. The camera's right up there in the front, and it's got telemetry. It's got a long range receiver with the antenna in the back there. We managed to get the two antenna holders for the DJI FPV antenna to work, and only 6 hours. And I have yet another quad. Anyway, that's it. It's amazing, and we've already tested the FPV unit with the goggles, and that works. I just got to throw an SD card in here. So tomorrow, being Saturday, I will finish this up, throw some props on it, and take some videos of what I'm doing, so I can add it on to this little adventure. But for those of you guys that stuck with me through this whole thing, thanks a lot. I mean, it was great for you to sit here with me for 6 hours while I ramble on and build a quad. I hope I did something or said something that might have been meaningful to somebody, that may have told you something that you didn't know. Told you something that you didn't know. Joe C wants to know what the total cost of the build was. The frame was about $60. The motors were about $60, so that's 120. The flight controller was about 45, so that's 165. The beeper and the GPS you don't need. So about, I would say about $165, and then you add $20 for the or $22 for the receiver, so we're about $185, and then $180 for the so about $360 with the DJI Air unit and camera. So hey, maybe it's $100 more than a quad with a basic VTX, but as far as I'm concerned, it's worth it. And you don't have to buy an air unit for every quad. You know, you fly some quads. You don't have to be crazy and have 10 quads ready to fly like I am. You could just have 2 or 3 quads, and then when you're done with that, take the air unit out of it and put it in another one. But I think it came out looking pretty good. It's a really nice frame, very, very complicated frame. A lot of strange cutouts and parts. Got really great ventilation for the air unit back there, which really I'm gonna back away from here a little bit, which really it needs, because it gets hot. But just to show you the difference in size, I've got the air unit in this one too. And you can see the difference in size, and this quad has everything that this quad has. It has the GPS unit, it has the DJI in it, it has the lost quad finder. See it stuck on the back there? So it really is amazing where you can fit. Now what I ought to do is piggyback these things like the space shuttle on top of the 747 and launch one from the other. That would be an interesting video. So there you go. All right, guys. I think I'm going to take the rest of the day off. I always give everybody else the rest of the day off. And I want to crank up a little music here. Let me say goodbye to everybody who's still left. We got 5 guys. So I guess it's Joe C, Lloyd, and Jody, and me. And who else is still here? Joe C, RD FPV. It looks like maybe that's it. Jay Santiago quit too soon. He said, good night, see you for part 2. Sorry, I finished it. I didn't think, honest to God, didn't think I was going to finish it. Joe, thank you too. Thanks for spending all this time with me. And like I say, I hope it was worthwhile. And I'm going to go ahead and make a guide to the replay about at what times on the timeline do I flash the receiver, do I flash the flight controller, do I wire up the motors, do I figure out where so that anybody who watches this thing down the road, who, I don't expect people to sit through 6 hours of it, but at least you'll be able to go right to the spot if you remember that you watched it and have a question, or hopefully maybe some new people who don't know me will find it. So with that, I'm going to bring in my music. There we go. And it's tomorrow. It's now Saturday here. And I'm going to say, again, thanks everybody for watching. And I'm going to quickly turn it over to Spank, my buddy, so that he can say goodnight. And I will see you, if not before, I'll see you next Thursday, or on your own chats and live streams. So take care. Have a great weekend, everybody. Say goodbye to Spank.